Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, good morning. Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. Charlie, true pro. He has been here for hours, just ready to go after that exciting Mariners win. Charlie, how's it going this morning?
It's going. We're getting caffeinated.
Did you catch your breath yet?
I did.
Okay.
You know when you place an order on an app and then it is somehow mysteriously messed up?
Not your fault, their fault?
I don't know.
Yeah. Do you want to tell everyone listening? I mean, it's fine. It's funny. You got here in time,
I
technically.
did, of course.
How early were you?
I don't know.
10 seconds
you
early.
Tell me.
Charlie made it in time, 10 seconds to spare. That's honestly impressive. Highly impressive.
Thank you.
And Mora, as we know,
Appreciate
he's
you.
still technically an hour early. I mean, if you're playing the role
Wow.
of Brock.
Yeah, I mean, Brock doesn't show up till 7.
Yeah, Brock doesn't show up till 7. So.
Oh, so
Yeah, you're
You're the
fine.
work of a professional.
It's this
Exactly.
guy
I'm early.
so worried about showing up.
I'm early.
You were nervous. It's like, hey, we're kind of used to it. So thank you.
Well, no, I
Rolling in like a
just
pro.
appreciate the opportunity this morning, and as a typical morning, you get caffeinated. Go get a nice cold coffee, for me at least, cold coffee. And somehow, some way, when I ordered on the app, it said it'd be ready in 3 to 6 minutes, and that turned into 11 to 12 minutes.
Oh. So when you said, Charlie, here he goes, before we talk about the manager, we have to kind of outline what happened.
Yes.
You send a text, you said, I'll be there at 5:57.
Yeah.
Order got screwed up.
Yes.
So I was wondering, okay, did you get your order, you drove away, or
No.
you're looking at it, and then you said, even though maybe you were cutting it close, said, you know what, give me my correct order. But no, they screwed it up before arrival.
I was waiting, and I did the in-store pickup. Instead of drive-through, because I never know what the drive-through is going to be.
That's
I
true.
can just walk in. So I figured I ordered it in enough time before I left my house, and thinking I'd get there and in the ample enough time to just walk in and grab it and go, as I did yesterday. Oddly enough, this is exactly the thing I did yesterday, and certainly I could feel the tension inside. I could feel there was where's Stephanie? Wait, she's in the back. She needs to be out here, So there was a little tension inside.
Stephanie caused you to almost be late?
Well, I know.
Wow.
I think the workload on the other people, because a missing teammate, caused a little delay.
And then look at you, true pro, showing up on time. You didn't want to put that same burden on us, so
No.
I appreciate it.
No.
And you are properly fired up because you came in hot to talk about this Mariners team.
That's right.
That had
What
a
a
good win, a needed win. Honestly, it was more of a needed win than I want to see some things, and if they don't win, whatever. No, this was never want to boil one game down to a must win in baseball if it's the middle of June or towards the end of June, but for what the Angels are and for what the Mariners were doing lately, this was a pretty big game. You had to have this one. They did, and we saw a lot of signs of progress from our guy, Cole Young, who we spent a lot of time talking about yesterday. We're going to hear from his high school coach coming up at 6:30. You'll hear that conversation if you missed it. But what about Cole Young asserting himself as kind of a power threat in this lineup?
Oh, my gosh. That second one was a tank. That was a tank, dude. I was just even the slow motion, as soon as he hits it, just you're not even – there's no jog at all. Let's just stop and stare real quick. And it was just a sight to see. And I think he's continuing to be – a force, and I think there was always been that sneaky pop, right? I mean, you remember last year he hit one up kind of left of the Hit It Here Cafe in the second deck there over and right, and I want to say StatCast initially measured it at like 475 or something like that, right?
And then changed it.
And then had to change it back to 440 or something, right?
456, still an absolute tank.
Right.
So I only know this because on postgame yesterday, I had some issue with the StatCast measurement of Cole Young's second home run. So if you had to guess, how far did he hit that second home run? That absolute tank that looked like it could have gone for a mile the way it kind of jumped off the bat and still was going when it hit the scoreboard underneath the Hit It Here Cafe.
How
far do you think they measured it at?
I mean, I think he probably got shorted, so my guess is it's probably like 422.
412.
See, I was close.
You were right, though. He was shorted.
Yeah.
That's stunning.
Well,
he crushed that.
I know. And then to think that, and that's what's so weird about StatCast is like it's a projected distance. I think if you took the actual, because Because, like, to your point, right? It hit the hit.
Oh, sorry. No, that was his first one. 406. I knew it was suspiciously low.
Even more
Even
short.
worse, yeah.
Yeah. Which, do you have exit velocities on both?
Oh, yeah. 106.5 on that one,
right.
On the second one. And then on the first one, 104.6.
Right. So the second one was definitely hit harder.
Yeah.
So, and that's where it's like, if you remove the Hit It Here Cafe and you just go, what is the, projected distance all the way? Is that what they're saying? Like, is it only 412 to where it hit? And it, in actuality would have landed 450?
I don't know.
Right?
That's advanced math beyond me. But anyway, the fact is that it was hit extremely well, impressive to see. And yeah, he has sneaky power like that. The one you mentioned from last year, the two he hits here. I think what was incredibly encouraging, and actually Cole Young has been a lot better at this than someone like Dom Canzone. He just hasn't had as many opportunities. We'll get into it a little bit more at 7, but to see them do that in the 6th inning off a lefty.
Right.
For Canzone, only his second home run off a lefty this season.
Yeah, I think the whole platoon thing that has gone on and trying to play that game is always valuable, but you're going to have some of these guys in your lineup face, same-handed pitching, right? And they're going to get challenged, they're going to get tested, but last night was just a perfect example that lefties can hit lefties, right? So in every sense, yeah, maybe in certain scenarios, certain lefties would, expose certain of our left-handed hitters, so you kind of play that matchup. But what a sight to see, to have a lefty at that point in his career hit a homer like that. That's not hard. That's not easy to do at any point. Like, that is not easy to do. So it just continues to show you where Cole is at in his young career.
There's the coffee just
there
kicking in.
Yes.
Charlie just had that first sip. He's like, oh, let me make this pun right now.
Yes. And just the potential he has. You look at the power. It's like, can this guy be a 30-homer guy?
That'd be tantalizing.
Well, just think about where it is now and where could it be. He's got 9 homers right now. If he finishes at 20, are you going to be surprised?
No.
Right. So asking for 10 more, is that a crazy thought, or is he going to be more of this, on base percentage guy and just do it that way? It seemingly is looking like he's got some mega pop, and he's only going to get stronger and become a better hitter.
Well, maybe if he's getting pushed by Dom Canzone, because afterwards Cole Young said he and Canzone have a little batting practice competition about who can actually hit the Hit It Here Cafe.
Yeah, it's fun. I think he got it a little more than I did, but yeah, it's always fun to compete with him, especially in batting practice. But he's got a lot more juice than I do, so it's hard to compete with him.
Yeah, you're going to have to bulk up to catch Dom bombs. But Cole Young, he's young. He's on his way.
The tone is set, so he's like, all right, well, maybe I got to put on 20 pounds this offseason.
Well, and not just offensively. I mean, we do have plenty of time to talk about this today. We're going to have Jeff Passan on at 8:30, Ryan Divish at 9:30. Bob Condotta will slide in for Blue 88 at 7:45. But yes, a lot of baseball talk coming up. Defensively, the Mariners played really well behind George Kirby. George Kirby gets his own topic coming up as well, because he went 8 innings, gave you exactly what you needed. But Charlie, I couldn't help but think the 3 double plays turned up the middle by our combo CO2.
Yes.
How about that? It's becoming a thing. The more frequently they turn these double plays,
true.
That CO2 nickname, it's going to happen. It's catchy. You got 2 in the nickname.
I know. You get the 2 in the double play thing.
Yeah. How can you not? Are you coming around to this now?
Yeah. I mean, it's might be the leader in the clubhouse.
Okay. I mean, until we get a better recommendation, so you're free to chime in. We did get this recommendation from a text. A texter texted in on the Wyman and Bob show last Friday, a week from Friday ago, CO2 as a recommendation. So we were asking for nicknames. So a texter so far has given us the best nickname, and I love it. I think I would like to adopt that. But if you have a better one, 866-979-3776. We're rolling along here. Outside of the win, the Mariners did have some significant injury news and updates. We'll get to that on everything you need to know. This is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
June is National Homeowners Month, and new research is revealing how Americans compare to homeowners around the world. With more, here's Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie.
Our survey found that nearly half of U.S. homeowners stay on top of maintenance before problems happen. 49% say they take a proactive approach to home maintenance, and 72% renovate to maintain their home's condition. Homeowners are clearly focused on protecting and improving what they have.
The survey also found that Americans take a hands-on approach to caring for their homes, from staying ahead of maintenance to investing in updates that keep homes comfortable and functional.
Homeowners can focus on maintenance to help prevent bigger issues over time. Simple things like changing air filters, checking for leaks, and creating small repair budgets can help prevent bigger issues later. And remember, home should work for your everyday life. So focus on projects that improve comfort and functionality.
To learn more, visit Angie.com. That's ANGI.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey there, Dawn Riling from Olympic Hot Tub with exciting news. Our mid-year clearance event is on. You'll score big savings on all in-stock saltwater hot tubs and fabulous saunas. Plus, deep discounts on newly released floor model swim spas. These deals are incredible. But don't wait. Our mid-year clearance ends June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt rebound.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners won the opener against the Angels last night behind a home run barrage. One from Dom Canzone, his second left-on-left home run of the season. Two from Cole Young, including this impressive display of force.
The pitch. Swung on, crushed. Right field, no doubt. Fly away. Cole Young off the facing of the second deck. Unbelievable. A two-run blast. Cole Young and the Mariners, their third home run on the day. Cole Young has gone deep twice. It's 6-2 Mariners.
Charlie, I think why we're in such awe about that only being measured at 406 is because it got off the bat so quickly. The power of that, the immediacy of it, and how quickly it just got out to that facing. No one on the Angels moved. You could see. They hit it, okay. And in a second, it was gone. And it was a home run.
Well, especially compared to the first one.
Yeah.
Like the first one, you're like, oh, is it going to go? Is it going to go? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's go, right? And then the second one it's like drop your jaw moment, right? As soon as you hear it, you go, whoa, oh, where's that going? And it's, it's hard to think that wasn't, if the one last year was his furthest home run, that wasn't the second furthest.
Mm-hmm.
Like for how good he hit it, how hard he hit it, the launch angle, just everything. So just what a sight, man. How did he not like that?
That was great. Well, a lot of news before the game and some significant injury news and updates as well. So the M's did make the announcement before the game that Rob Refsnyder is heading to the IL. I had to have injections in both knees, the official injury designation, right knee inflammation. So he's on the 10-day IL. And then there were some injury updates from Mariners GM Justin Hollander. First, here on Matt Brash and Cooper Criswell.
I'll start with Brash and Criswell because they're kind of tracking together. Those guys are going to have follow-up MRIs on the 6th of July, and we'll see where they're at. I feel like I always repeat this. However long you're down is roughly however long it takes to get you back. So we'll see what the scans look like on the 6th. Again, I would anticipate August as a reasonable time frame, and probably closer to the middle or the end than the beginning, depending on how long they're down running from. So we'll have more info next week on that.
What's your takeaway from that? Kind of the timeline, the loose kind of timeline laid out there by Hollander.
I think it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Like especially with Brash now dealing with this for the second time. And it certainly, I think, is a resounding. He's such a force when he's going well, Matt Brash, and when he's not available, it just tells you, is there a move to be made to, help this bullpen out a little bit?
Yeah, because with that timeline, certainly not available until after the trade deadline, missing still a significant chunk of the season. So certainly something to monitor. And then in the position player realm, this was the latest on Brendan Donovan.
Brendan had a really good week last week, I think. I think last week was a big positive momentum builder, and just in terms of more good days than bad days, ramping things up. Was able to go through a full cage routine. Saw some video of him running the bases, call it 75, 90%, something like that. I'm probably not the best judge of how high the effort level was, but it was certainly more than just jogging. So good week. We'll try and build on that this week and see where we are after that. I'm loath to tell you here's a date for a rehab assignment. It's just this injury is really not conducive to me doing that. All it's going to do is we'll either start it early and people will say I undershot it intentionally, or they'll start it late and people will say I was pushing good news and over optimism. So let's just see where we're at the end of this homestand.
You kind of understand that, right? When it's a pain threshold thing and you're waiting to see, but really, I guess it's just, hey, wait a little bit longer on Brendan Donovan.
Yeah, it seems to be the nature of the injury, right? I feel like he's not the first one, and I've seen this a handful of years, that has to have a sports hernia surgery, and then when you come back, there seemingly is like a period of, oh, I feel good, I feel like I'm back, and then one of two things happen. It's either a hamstring or a groin happens, and it seemingly just can't withstand the force of the work that you're doing athletically, and it takes a little bit of time to like recover, and then once you kind of tweak it, it takes even more time to recover. So I think that now that the Mariners have seen how this is happening for Brendan, they're doing the best they can to, make sure that he's back, he's fully healthy. So it seems like once you get over the hump, you should be fine. So that's a really good sign that he's running, he's doing good things. So hopefully he's here sooner than later.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And according to a report from Bloomberg News, the first rounds of bids to purchase the Seahawks were due yesterday. No new names popped up, just 3 previous groups that had been mentioned. We'll catch up with Bob Condotta at 7:45, get some more insight about this. But the bids are due, and then the NFL still hopes the sale will be finalized by the start of the NFL season. So, Charlie, it seems like the league is kind of pushing this through, that they want a new owner in place by the time the Seahawks kick off to begin this 2026 season.
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't want an owner in. I think it's something that you want to kind of wrap up sooner than later, and knowing that the bids were due, I'm interested to see how this all unfolds. I think the Seahawks are just such a storied franchise, and I would imagine there are some, pretty big groups out there wanting to get a chunk of this.
I know. I'm curious to see the price. So
what do you
think? See. It's said to be in the 9 to 10 billion range.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 10.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We don't have much to say on that, but it's like, oh, cool, 9 million, 10 billion.
We'll get our bid in. Don't worry.
We'll get our bid. No, we missed the deadline. We couldn't scrape together 9 billion. We only had 8. You spent it all on coffee.
I did. It was a big one.
Millennials spending all their money on coffee. Otherwise, they could just buy an NFL team. Okay, Charlie, a lot of World Cup drama happening yesterday. I'm going to ask you a little choose your own adventure here. Do you want the English call or the Telemundo Spanish call of Paraguay's game-winning penalty kick over Germany?
Let's bring the energy.
Okay.
I want the latter.
Right.
Paraguay está en octavos. Si tapa Neuer. Hola, abuela, seguimos. Viene Canales. Paraguay se clasifica. Paraguay se clasifica a los octavos de final de la Copa del Mundo 2026. Paraguay hizo el milagro. Paraguay aguantó hasta el final.
Se clasifica, indeed. I only understood kind of half of what they said. 6 years of Spanish, just right down the drain for me, but Paraguay, thriller. No, 2 matches yesterday end in penalty kicks. We don't have time right now to go into a massive discourse about penalty kicks, but you like it, dislike it. We can go on in this later.
I love it. I don't like ties in soccer. I don't like ties in sports.
I mean, I think there are better ways. It's a knockout round, so you got to finish one way or another. I don't know if penalty kicks are the best way to decide.
Do you like ties in sports?
Well, it wouldn't be a tie. You would just change how you play.
But, did they have ties in soccer and in...
Oh, no, in general. No, it's awful.
Right,
they should do something that hockey does, and even in the regular season. So, all right, quick little rant here. They should do penalty kicks in regular season. They should do some other form to wrap it up like hockey does, because they do a shootout in the regular season.
Yeah, they need to do golden goal.
They need to do something you just play on in the flow, play like hockey does in the playoffs.
Yeah.
All right, that's why it's great. That's everything you need to know. I do want to get into it. It's such a funny topic because people get so passionate one way or another about penalty kicks. So we will get back to that. We do have time to talk about that. But up next, and what good timing after his huge game last night, Cole Young hit 2 home runs. You're going to hear our conversation with his high school baseball coach, Andrew Heck, who was there on Tuesday in person when Cole Young hit the go-ahead home run against the Pirates that gave the Mariners that series opening win. A great conversation coming up. Charlie and I caught up with Andrew Heck. You'll hear that next here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do? The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. And summer in Western Washington, you know, it means trips to the beach, summer barbecues, little golf, that vacation maybe you've been looking forward to. Well, when you take those pictures this summer, don't you want to look and feel your very best? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help, and trust me, you can do this so fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks, 35 pounds after 8 weeks. How about that? There's time, so what are you waiting for? Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what to expect. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery. You're eating all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You will lose weight and you will look and feel your very best. That feeling, it's just on the other end of your 15-minute consult. What's the secret? You'll find out in only 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule your quick intro today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In my world, you're always sorting through information, trying to find what matters most fast. Well, if you're hiring, you can now review all these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested, qualified candidates first. ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates show up at the top of your list. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get ready to rock. It's Hoobastank, delivering their high-energy sounds at Muckleshoot Casino Resort on Friday, July 31st at 8 p.m. Along with Eve 6. It's 2 incredible bands on one unforgettable night. Hoobastank and Eve 6 at Muckleshoot Casino Resort on July 31st. Get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you this morning and all this week. And Charlie, one of the coolest parts of this road trip for the Mariners was that opening game in Pittsburgh where the Mariners needed a big home run, and who delivered? The hometown kid, Cole Young, puts the Mariners in front. Not only that, they flash the crowd. They show this guy who joins us now, Andrew Heck, his high school coach at North Allegheny High School. Andrew, what has this past week been like for you watching a kid you coach in high school deliver on the major league stage?
It was pretty awesome. It was even crazier, the experience of being there on Tuesday night. We ended up getting, I think, 25 tickets between coaches, administrative people, as well as people in the athletic department who have continued to follow Cole. So for it to happen on Tuesday night was pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
Awesome stuff. Amazing. I'm just curious. Cole has been such an impact once he arrived in Seattle last year, and obviously taking his career to a new level this year. You know, at what point in his young high school career did you think that you had a future big leaguer on your hands?
It's always hard to tell how kids are going to continue to progress skill-wise throughout their career, and if they're going to continue to mature, if they're going to grow, get bigger, stronger, faster. But for him, I think it was more after his freshman year. I always tell the crazy story. He started the season 0 for 11. No strikeouts, but 0 for 11. Then he went on the rest of the season about over like 450. And he was just a force to be reckoned with his freshman year. Played great defensively, too. It was kind of at that point where I was like, this kid's going to be a really special player.
Andrew, when did you first get to know Cole? I mean, coaching him in high school, obviously, but were you aware of him as he was coming up, playing in the area? Or when did you first kind of get eyes on this guy and think, all right, well, this could be something pretty special here?
Yeah, I told the guys, they actually interviewed me in the 6th inning for the Seattle station right before the home run happened, actually, which was even crazier on Tuesday night.
Yeah, you're making the media tour. We appreciate that, by the way.
I am. I know I am. I'm more popular in Seattle than I am in Pittsburgh. No, but he was around. He was a middle school kid, and we run middle school camps usually in the summertime, sometimes in the fall. And I had an infield camp when he was a 7th grader or an 8th grader, and he was the best kid out there by far. He was definitely a 7th grader. So we had 7th, 8th, and 9th graders out there, and he was the best infielder out there, skill wise. And arm strength wise, he just knew the game, had all the actions, and was a very polished player at a young age, which just set him apart. And it was really at that point that he was on our radar. We knew him a little bit prior to that too. He had a very successful career in younger baseball. I mean, he won the throw, hit, and run. Pitch, hit, and run, whatever it is. And then he'd been on ESPN a couple times for Little League, Pony League stuff, and had a grand slam in a game when it was on ESPN. So he had kind of been on the map, but that was when I really first saw him in person and started to get to know him.
Nice. Now, I'm sure it was just an amazing full circle moment in Pittsburgh and having Cole back. What was it like, after the game? I'm sure you had a conversation or two with him. Give us some insight as to, what was that under the tunnel conversation like?
I mean, props to him. We try to allow him to focus on baseball, as I always like to say. But he did get us BP passes before the Tuesday game, which gives us the opportunity to kind of talk to him, catch up for a quick second. Then he can go and focus on baseball. I know he had a lot of family and friends there as well from the area. So after the game, it was just, congratulations. We were all very happy for him. I think everybody wanted to say hi and congratulations. Obviously, we wanted him to play well in the game, being back in Pittsburgh, but to have the go-ahead game-winning 2-run homer in your home city, pretty special, pretty awesome.
Hey, Andrew, a lot of these guys, well, I don't want to say a lot, but, sometimes we see guys when they've had success at every level and they're drafted in the first round and they've never experienced failure or adversity or how tough this sport can be, they're not built to handle that. Well, last year, Cole Young, as I'm sure you're aware, he came up, he had a tough stretch, and it wasn't the greatest end of the season. This year he comes back, and he's been a revelation. Is there something that you notice about him, or what is it about Cole that makes him able to handle adversity?
I go back, I kind of shared with you, I go back to a bus trip that we were taking home from a game his freshman year. And it was kind of during that 0-for-11 skid. And I kind of told him, like, I'm one of the happiest people right now that you're failing. And he kind of looked at me like I was a jerk. And I was like, you're going to fail at some point in this game because that is baseball. If you learn it early on how to recover from failure and learn how to put your head down and get back to being successful and finding success in the little things, it allows you to find your way and stay out of those deep dives of negativity, and fall into slumps or not be able to recover and get back to where you were playing wise. He's done an amazing job of that, and that's all credit to him. I know that he was a little probably disappointed last year to not be able to get any playoff time, but I know that he thoroughly enjoyed the experience and the run the team went on and being able to take all of that in. But I think his off-season work speaks volumes to just the type of person and player that he is, because he worked his butt off this off-season. It was 100% an everyday job for him, from the weight room, from making sure his arm was more strengthened going into spring training. We're in Pittsburgh, so that's a tough one. I think it was last year he had a little bit of an arm issue in spring training that probably was a little bit of a setback for him. And the big thing is we don't have the weather that the southern states do, and that's one of the biggest areas. We can work on hitting. We can work on, pitchers. You can get some ground ball work, but the timing of the plays as well as having your arm in shape, ready to go for everyday throwing, which happens as soon as you get to spring training. That was something he really focused on this year.
Now, as I switch gears, I'm curious if, any of Cole Young's teammates are listening right now back in Pittsburgh. I'm curious, is there any story you want to tell that his teammates are saying, hey, you got to tell that story. Come on, Coach Heck. I want to hear that story.
I don't have to. Cole's a great kid. He always was a great kid. I will tell one story, and that's when I kind of you asked me a little bit earlier. When did you think it was real and becoming a big leaguer was a real thing? I remember when it was his junior year. We had a really good team. We ended up coming runner-up in the state championship. But I remember getting off of the bus, or getting on the bus at some of these places that we went to, and kids from other schools kind of knew who Cole was, and they were asking him for autographs when we got off the bus or were getting on the bus, and he was very willing. He gave them autographs and stuff, and our kids were giving him a hard time because they're like, oh, well, they should be asking for our autograph too, Cole. You only went 1 for 3 today. I was 3 for 4 with 5 RBIs.
Oh, that is good.
I love it.
Andrew Heck, who coached Cole Young in high school at North Allegheny High School, is with us here on Brock and Salk. Andrew, we know just geographically might be a little challenging to watch, to keep up with every night out here on the West Coast, and you guys 3 hours ahead. But do you still try to follow him regularly, periodically? I don't know. Do you still try to follow him as often as you can?
Yeah, I know more about Seattle Mariners than I know about the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Perfect. Yeah, we love to hear that. That's great.
Absolutely love to hear that.
I'm joking a little bit there, but I'm serious as well. Cole and I had we had dinner one over the off season this past year, and I told him, I said, I owe you a big thank you. And he's like, oh, why's that? I was like, you really got me back into Major League Baseball, because I really hadn't followed Major League Baseball as much as being a baseball guy that you think I should. I've been into the college game, really enjoy following the draft stuff with the high school end of it, but I really didn't follow high school or Major League Baseball that much, and really got into the minor league baseball, followed the farm systems for the Mariners the entire way, still follow them because the Twitter feed still pops up, so I know, farm system's loaded still there for the Mariners, and then Major League Baseball. It's beautiful. Your games are on at 10 o'clock on the West Coast. I'm here in Pittsburgh. That's perfect time. Just getting home from whether it be practice or our games, because we usually play night games once it comes April. So I'm usually getting home at that time. So I got something to turn on and wind down the night and watch and follow along.
I love it. So I'm curious, what do you think Cole's biggest strength is, as a player that maybe the average fan doesn't see? There's a lot of young kids coming up, and Cole is one of the young studs of Major League Baseball. And what do you think that his strength that he exhibits that we don't see?
I think it's a little bit of a two-part answer. I think his bat-to-ball skills are tremendous. They always have been, and you're seeing a lot more of it this year, as well as I think his mindset. He has elite mindset. Not a ton of stuff bothers him, and I think that's even more prevalent with him this year than it was maybe last year. I think last year was just you get caught up in your first time getting called up, first time up there. You get wrapped up in some stuff, but I think you're really seeing the true side of him come out this year from the mindset. And I think the bat-to-ball skills are only going to get better as you continue to see the major league pitching. Not that AAA pitching isn't anything good. I mean, it's very good pitching there too, but every day in the major leagues is something tough. And, a left-handed reliever in the 6th or 7th or 8th inning coming in just to face you. You don't see that as much in AAA and AA. Now he's going to see it every day. So I think the bat-to-ball skills are just going to continue to get better and better.
Andrew, is it a challenge to just watch and not want to still coach him? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he asked you for advice, but when you were there watching him firsthand over the week, last week in Pittsburgh, did you find yourself kind of watching through the lens of a coach, or were you able to just kind of sit back and watch a guy and enjoy what he's been doing?
No, there's nothing. I'm not looking at it from a coach. I was sitting back and enjoying. I'm kind of a superstitious person too. So I don't hit him up text wise very much either. Honestly, I try to text him kind of when things aren't going good, just to pick his brain a little bit, make sure he's doing good spirit wise and everything else. But if things are rolling, I know he's got a million text messages from other people telling him you're doing awesome and doing great. So. But no, I look at everything. It's just so enjoyable to watch and see him grow as a player and as a person.
Well, Andrew, we really appreciate the time this morning. Before we let you go, just one kind of final thing about Cole Young and how it affects you currently and your current teams. I know high school kids aren't necessarily going to listen at times. They're high school kids. They know everything. Has Cole Young's success been able to kind of show these kids, look, this just happened? He is a recent grad. He just came through here. Are you kind of able to use him as an example when it comes to coaching your current teams?
Absolutely. I think kids sometimes get a little bit tired of me talking about him a little bit from those times. But I think they're valuable lessons too, and valuable lessons that he had, through high school. as well as valuable lessons that are going on now. And Cole shares some stuff from time to time. Hey, here's what I think I maybe done a little bit better, or maybe do this. And I try to pick his brain a little bit too of things that are going on at the big league level. Just so that we can, it's always about adapting, learning, and applying new things, not just as a player, but also as a coach.
Andrew Heck, head coach at North Allegheny High School. Coach Cole Young in high school has been our guest this morning. Thanks, Andrew. This has been a lot of fun, very insightful, really great to get kind of a picture and some insight into what made Cole Young into the guy we see today. And, Andrew, it's kind of incredible. He's the only Mariner to have played in every game this season. He's been everything for this team. It's been great.
It's funny. I told him that before. My dad had sent me a text message that said, "Let Cole know he's X number of games away from Cal Ripken."
There we go.
He wanted me to remind him that when we talked to him at batting practice. So I told him that when we were there.
The bar is set high.
Yeah, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, just a few thousand games away.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's on a good start.
He's becoming a fan favorite around here, though. Everyone's loving some Cole Young. And maybe I can ask one more question to sneak in.
Sure.
Do we have a good nickname for Cole Young that we weren't sure if he had a nickname that he had in high school that maybe we could bring back to life?
I'll be honest with you. I saw it on Twitter the other day. They were looking for one for Cole Young and Colt Emerson up the middle. I saw that on the Twitter feed. We always just called him Cole. Our one coach called him Colio.
Colio.
All the time.
Okay.
Colio.
I like it.
He used it. Yeah. Our coach Coffin always called him Colio, and that was kind of his thing. But it was a cool nickname that kind of always stuck with. And I'm sure you heard it a few times on Tuesday night, Wednesday night. So
yeah. All right. Well, thanks again, Andrew. We certainly appreciate it. Glad to hear there are a good chunk of Mariners fans out there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. That is Andrew Heck. Appreciate the time that he gave us this morning. Coach Cole Young in high school. And I do think it's cool, Charlie. And we, on our afternoon show on Wyman and Bob, got to talk to Colt Emerson's high school coach. And with these guys that are so fresh out of high school, and obviously when you go high school to the majors, it is such a big, impactful part of your life. It's interesting to hear how they were built, how they turned into the person you see, a polished baseball player right now in the case of Cole Young and Colt Emerson for being 20 years old. But to see these two have such an impact so early on for the Mariners really gets you excited about what the future holds here.
Oh, big time. I mean, guys that are going to be on the roster for many years to come. So it's great to hear, his perspective of where Cole was to where he is now. And even just, the relationship they have of how he's now learning from Cole and applying things from what the big leagues are like to the high school level, and just being that bridge to the next generation of players. So I think what you said is just like a perfect question, insight to where high school baseball is, and when you have a guy like Cole Young, that even Colt Emerson, but they are so young and they seemingly would still be in college right now and are now in the big leagues. It just tells them, and it tells all the high school kids out there that if you're one of the best, that you can get to the top quickly, but it's going to require a lot of discipline and a lot of hard work. So I think those guys set the bar, and they continue to do it.
In the course of this Mariners season, there have been kind of more unpleasant surprises when it comes to injuries, Cal's big slump, him getting injured for the first time. Just, you can go down the list. But I think on the extreme other end of that, the one pleasant surprise is what we've seen out of Cole Young. Did not expect that. For everything that we kind of outlined with Andrew, that, hey, he came up here, there was a lot of excitement around him, first-round draft pick, featured part of your middle infield in some capacity, and then it didn't take, which is fine. We know that happens. It is an incredibly difficult sport. But for him to go from not even having a part of the final half of that season, he came back up, didn't play down the stretch run, and then to enter this year as the entrenched everyday second baseman. And yes, it is incredibly impressive that he's the only guy to have played in every game this season. What a leap he has made. What a leap in just one offseason becomes such a vital part of this team.
Yeah, and not to mention his defense. His defense is fantastic, and he's playing so good up the middle and getting balls in the gap there, and just it's really fun to watch. And he just continues to be this player that you're gravitating towards, and it's fun to see where where his career will end up. And I think, you mentioned last year the struggle. I mean, just rewind to the first series, man. The first series of the year. He had a couple at bats and he looked overmatched. It was like, oh, is this the same Cole Young we're going to see again? And it seemingly after that, and maybe he was facing Gavin Williams the first time on the Guardians, kind of lit him up. And I think after that series, he just turned it on and became, the hitter that we're seeing today. And if he can continue to, be that guy, it's just for a team that's had a few question marks at second base over the years. I know we've talked about it. This could be a guy that's going to be, in your lineup at second base for years to come.
Yeah, the left field streak ended. The Mariners had a different opening day left fielder for the past, it was 10 seasons, and that ended this year. Second base is getting up there. I think it's like 8. So Cole Young hopefully should be the first repeat opening day second baseman to end that streak. Yeah, you have these two, and maybe, Colt Emerson, he came up perhaps a little bit earlier than they would have wanted if everyone was healthy. Injuries have necessitated that, so you have these two who are now entrenched. It does lead to an interesting roster question when Brendan Donovan returns, and we are anticipating him coming back and being a key part of this lineup, although he has had that setback in dealing with the injury that has popped up again. But his bat, it's vital. They certainly need Brendan Donovan's bat in the lineup. It's like, all right, what do you do here? Because you have everyone kind of set in their positions. You have JP at third now. Colt is at short. Cole Young, you're not moving him off a second. And Randy, his man left field pretty much every day. Interesting puzzle. And that's going to be another question the Mariners have to deal with when Brendan Donovan gets back.
Right. The inevitable arrival again of Brendan Donovan. And after seeing what he did for the first few games he played, it's exciting player. You want him on that roster. He can do a lot of things and seemingly is a catalyst to a lot of the offense. So I'd be interested to see what happens when he comes back. But you're right. There's going to be kind of maybe not enough spots in the roster for what you want to do. So it seems like at some point somebody may get the short end of the stick, and if that's the way it goes, I think you're looking at a team that's saying, all right, well, we maybe had to make a tough call from our roster standpoint and had to move on from somebody, trade somebody, move someone down, whatever it is. The idea is whatever move you're doing, whatever acquisition you're making, you're doing this to put your team in the best position to win. And knowing that, and I say it, I'll keep saying it, what happened last year when you made these moves and you acquired 2 big guys on your team, they made an immediate impact, and you almost felt the team was different as soon as they arrived. So if you can grab some version of that, whether it be a high-end reliever, whether it be a right-handed bat, or both, could that be the difference maker to put this team on the next level? Yeah, and you mentioned it. You're right. They're going to bring some people in. So you might have even more guys unless you're trading someone off your major league roster. I know you've been diving through trades. You've been digging through the database. Feels like started my own website. Yeah, start your own website. Is this person worth trading? CharlieFurbush.trades.com to have the good trade value. Furbush thoughts. Backslash Furbush thoughts. Don't type that in. I don't know if that works. Who knows what website? It would probably just be like, this domain does not exist. That's right. But go create it. We will kind of dive into that and what the Mariners might bring in, because we talked about it to kind of start the 7 o'clock hour. They are going to bring in a reliever. I think that's kind of a given. Hopefully they find something in terms of a right-handed bat as well, because even when Donovan returns, 2 left-handed. I think Justin Hollander made the joke when Colt Emerson came up. I wish he was a right-handed bat, because all of your hitters here are lefties. We saw the Guardians throw out 80 lefties this weekend as well, but you would like that right-handed balance because the Mariners have had their issues hitting left-handed pitching, so we assume we'll get a right-handed bat that will further complicate, I guess, the roster decisions as well. It is kind of ironic that these struggles stem from too many players, where usually it's the inverse. Right. Every other year and around baseball, teams are dealing with so many injuries that they can't field a rotation, or you're diving down into the depths to find someone because your lineup is so banged up. Well, the Mariners, when healthy, are going to have almost too many players. They're going to have a positionless Brendan Donovan. They're going to have an extra guy they bring in, and that's when we might start to see some of the roster squeeze that people have said, all right, well, when do maybe an at-bat limit run out for a Rob Refsnyder? When do you start to see someone like Dom Canzone maybe play every day and others not play as much? I think when we see the full picture of this lineup, we might get there. The issue is it's becoming closer and closer to needing to happen because of where the Mariners are right now. Yeah, and I think they're evaluating all these decisions and where these players are at currently and where they project them to be this year and then beyond. So that's why I'm still eager to see where this team or what this team looks like after the trade deadline, because it could look a lot different. And if the Mariners are willing to change it up, to add guys and make this roster better, that Dipoto and Hollander are doing that. They're going to try and do everything they can to make this team as good as possible this year. And they got a taste of it last year, and they got really, really close. So if there's a way to improve this roster, that is, I would say, their daily checkbox every day at work. How can I improve this roster? And they're going to try and talk with every other team as often as they can to find the value, to find the best return, and then throw your chips in and say, we're going all in.
All right, that was the conversation we had yesterday with Cole Young's high school coach, Andrew Heck, and then kind of the follow-up on Cole Young and some of those left-handed bats, and it proved to be pretty true last night with Young hitting a couple home runs. Ken Zone had the home run as well, but the big outing was George Kirby. We'll talk about his performance and what it means moving forward. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurance. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Bigger food needs call for even bigger savings. Get more at Chef Store for your restaurant, food truck, or event with warehouse savings on food service essentials and grilling favorites. Plus, we're open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss this week's Cal Raleigh Funko Pop giveaway. You have 2 more chances to score this one-of-a-kind collectible as the Mariners take on the Angels tonight and Thursday at T-Mobile Park. The first 10,000 fans at each game will head home with this must-have Funko Pop. Lock in your seats today at mariners.com.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their 4th of July sale. We're talking 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. You know, I'm looking at these studio walls. They're a bit gray. I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Get that Cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. Order online and get everything delivered right to your door or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See source for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, happy Tuesday. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush rolling along here with you. Caffeine kicking in. How you doing over there?
We're loaded.
Yeah, halfway through.
That's right.
Big old coffee. All right.
Little 24-ouncer.
Yeah. Tuesday's a tough day in a work week at times because, you get ready for Monday, normal work week. Maybe you dread it. Maybe you look forward to it. But you get through a Monday, like, all right. And then it's Tuesday. And it's still early in the week.
Well, it's the new popular day to go in the office. Yeah. So for everyone in their cars right now, I can imagine you're saying, why are there so many cars going into the office?
So thanks for listening to us in traffic, but sorry you're stuck in traffic.
Exactly.
That is
we're going to make it better for you.
We will make it better.
Trek into the office.
Yeah, we have a great lineup of guests coming up. Bob Condotta will join me here for a little Blue 48 at Blue 88. Yeah, happens to the 48. I need that caffeine.
Are you changing the title?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well,
There's audible.
Yeah, audible to Blue 48. We're only going slightly more than half for Blue 88 today with Bob Condotta at 7:45, and then at 8:30, Jeff Passan will join us, and only because Charlie's here, right? Is that what he told Brock and Salk last week? More, I think I caught the end of that conversation. It sounded like he was only coming on because Charlie's here.
That might have been my fault because they were acting like maybe he wasn't going to come on because they weren't here. They said, I don't know if it's in your contract, and I said, well, we have former Mariner Charlie Furbush, and he's like, he remembered the trade.
That's right.
And then once I went to off the air, when I talked to him on the phone, I said, we're also going to have Mike Lefko, who produces our afternoon show. I think you've talked to him before. And he said, oh, yeah, I've talked to him before.
He goes, all right.
I didn't bill you on the air the way I billed
Charlie is the headliner.
And
as 570 was wondering, they texted in so we can answer that question. Is it true that Charlie was part of the famous Fister Furbush trade with the Detroit Tigers?
Better believe it.
Yeah, that's how you got here.
That's the one and only Fister Furbush
That's
trade.
what led you to here, this very seat.
Exactly.
Right here.
If that moment did not occur in my life, I would not be sitting here today.
It is kind of crazy, right? You don't meet your wife. You don't have your family. You're not sitting in this chair.
I will never, and we can talk about it with Passan, but that was one of the craziest days I have ever experienced. And my rookie year, I'm in Detroit thinking I'm going to be in Detroit forever, right?
Yeah.
And certainly did not expect to get traded at the deadline, but we'll get into it with Passan. I'll tell him how it all went down because I'm interested to hear his perspective on the national media trade, information and how that kind of gets relayed to him and then how it gets relayed to the networks and the news and whatnot because I found out in an untraditional way.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a great icebreaker. We'll bring that up with Passan to kind of get some behind the scenes of how the trades go down.
When did you first hear about
how
the
players hear about it? Yeah, he had heard about it hours before you did.
Yeah, like, what's going on here?
So Noah Fant, sorry, we're getting distracted here, in the pretty infamous Russell Wilson trade. Now, when he was traded from the Seahawks to the Broncos, Noah Fant, when he did some interviews here with Seattle media, I think it might have even been with Wyman and Bob, he said he was on a treadmill at the gym and he saw Russell Wilson get traded to Denver. And he's thinking, oh my God, all right, I'm going to play with Russell Wilson. And then the crawl continues, and he got traded here.
Yep.
And you know what? It kind of worked out for Noah Fant. He went on, had a pretty nice big free agent contract with the Bengals. But just the dynamic of
have
players.
Some similarities
Players not knowing firsthand that they've been traded is kind of wild to me.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting to get into.
You'd think
Jeff
we would
Passan.
be the first ones to find out.
Yeah, like your agent would call you or something. No,
I called him.
They
and I was
leak
like,
it to someone like Jeff Passan.
Yeah,
first. Okay. We'll give him grief. We'll give him grief for causing you so much anxiety. But talking about pitchers and talking about George Kirby. Let's talk about George Kirby, Charlie, because of what he did last night, getting through the 8th inning at 100 pitches. And this was Kirby talking about his wide range of emotions in that 8th inning.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to get real pissed off at the end there, just kind of give it all I had, and be able to get the strikeout there with a couple guys on base, and just kind of shut it down. It felt awesome, and then getting the high fives from your teammates, all that good stuff. So I'm just happy we won, and Cole and those guys came out today and swung it, so it was pretty sweet.
Funny hearing Kirby say that, because he did have this kind of big grin on his face after he jumped off the mound and got that final out. And I know he goes by the moniker Furious George, but it's something that works, right? I think you have to find a personality at times on the mound. Was that something that for you, did you have set emotion on the mound compared to off of it, or do you kind of understand something like that where Kirby's describing, hey, that's how you have to be on the mound?
Yeah, I totally see the value in kind of amping yourself up a little bit, and especially in that situation in the 8th, knowing it's his last inning, let's empty the tank, and you saw 98 at the end, right? Like, he still has high velocity, so I think that just continues to kind of play into what Kirby can do, and I think seeing those smiles afterwards with his teammates in the dugout, I was just like, it was like someone told the funniest joke in the world, and they were all just kind of bonding inside the clubhouse after he came out. So it was really, really fun to see. And I know, like, when I was pitching, man, I it's hard to fully get into the mindset, but in one way, shape, or form, I went out there with the mindset that everyone had no chance. Like, you're screwed as soon as you step into the batter's box. You don't even know how bad your day is going to be. Like, that's like the trick. Like, I have to put myself into this mindset that I'm committing and focusing so hard on this one pitch, and it's going to, be so awesome that the hitter's going to have no chance. Now, obviously, that's not how it works out, but in order to kind of put yourself in that mentality to leave it all out there and focus, so hard on throwing it one pitch at a time, it gives you a mindset that I can hear it in George's voice. Like, yeah, you go out there, pitching kind of with a vengeance. Like,
I'm Furious George.
Yeah,
as he
exactly.
goes by.
Yeah,
I don't know if he likes that nickname, but
you're
call him
breathing
that.
heavily. You're just like, let's let it rip today. So.
What stood out to you about his pitch mix specifically? So he went primarily sweeper. He went 36 sweepers out of his 100 pitches, and then the sinker. But I know that you said there were some other pitches that really stood out in his outing last night.
Well, just in general, the sweeper and the knuckle curve combo. I think in the beginning he threw a couple. Maybe it was the first or second inning. Away from a righty, just kind of in the dirt, really not a competitive pitch out the gate, but it's one of those days where, and you see it from time to time, guys that spin the ball and that know how to throw a curveball in a slider or a cutter, when the ball's kind of acting a little bit more, that's what it feels like when you spin it. You're able to get on top of that and grab the seam and really kind of rip it through. And I felt like Kirby's spin profile and late breaking spin was kind of, hadn't seen that in a couple starts. And obviously you saw a ton of him. Like you said, he threw a ton of sweepers there. So it put him on a new level of comfortability with the secondary pitch that allowed him to spin it in ways that I don't think we expected going into that start. Going, oh, he's been pretty fastball heavy and kind of mixes it up that way. And obviously, he, has those knuckle curve and the sweeper. But yesterday just felt like, man, they were spinning really, really nice. And when you're able to spin it that way and you're throwing balls not only for strikes and those like wipeout ones that allow you to strike out guys, it puts you in a really comfortable place on the mound because then you feel like you have multiple weapons to attack hitters.
Yeah, 57% whiff rate on the knuckle curve, 60% whiff rate on the changeup. Only threw 5 of those, got 3 swings and misses, though. So he utilized that perfectly.
Yeah, one of them was I'm trying to think who he faced. It was a right-on-right change for strike 3.
Was that the Netto one?
The Netto one, yeah. Oh, that was beautiful.
Struck him out in the fifth.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when you look at that pitch specifically, knowing that he only threw so little and was so effective in the ones that he threw, and the hitters are sitting going, all right, we know he's got the fastball and he can run it up the radar gun, but obviously they're like, he's spinning it great tonight and he's throwing a lot of them, so we're probably going to sit, away. If a righty, I'm sitting away, he's going to spin it away from me. And for him to throw the changeup down and in is just like the last thing the hitter is thinking about. And if you watch, he swung and he was so fooled. He was just like, oh my gosh, really? You're going to throw that at me, man? And it's like you can just turn around and be like, ha, gotcha.
So that's what you would do after it.
Well, in a way, internally, it's nice. Like when you completely fool someone, it is that's where you can start getting on a roll because you start understanding how to throw pitches in certain situations. And sometimes you throw a pitch that you wouldn't typically throw. So you're like, all right, well, maybe this is my 4th best pitch, but this seems like maybe an opportunity to throw it. And you hope that you throw a good one because when you execute a good pitch, it's going to work out, right? Most of the time you can throw the pitch where you want, but the inconsistency of landing that pitch if it's your 4th best pitch and then throwing it into a time where it's like a strikeout pitch, it just seems like all the cards stack against doing that. And then for you to have the self-awareness and throw a pitch like that, and it just says, oh, my kitchen sink is working today. You know what I mean? I can go to any pitch I want in any count, and that's just an amazing feeling on the mound because then you can really start manipulating counts, manipulating hitters, understanding timing, and do some, what I call damage on the mound.
All right, well, I have a story about a George Kirby pitch. You just reminded me of that,
Okay.
So I will tell that and everything else you need to know coming up next. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Summer is here, and it's time to break through your weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and we have a proven system that can help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Whether you need a nutrition plan to complement your GLP injections, or you're like many of our clients who don't want to worry about ongoing monthly costs, giving yourself shots, or uncomfortable side effects. Either way, our program provides the support, accountability, and structured nutrition plan so you can achieve your results for the long term. Schedule your free phone consult at eastsideweightlossklinik.com.
Look, this plan does work. It's Mike Salk here, and I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to lose 35 pounds. Just recently, I heard about one of our listeners who lost 40 pounds. How about that? The plan will teach you lifelong habits to continue eating the food you love while losing weight.
We've helped over 4,000 people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Come to our clinic in Kirkland or do the program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinik.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Olympic Hot Tub's mid-year clearance event is on. Score big savings on saltwater hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Hurry, our mid-year clearance and these incredible deals end June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is legal tax defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-258-5535. 800-258-5535. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-258-5535.
When it comes to your yard, reliability matters. Shop with confidence at the Home Depot and get 4th of July savings on Ryobi, the #1 cordless outdoor power brand. It's time to choose your power. Both the Ryobi 18-volt and 40-volt self-propelled mower kits are on special buy for an even lower price of $429 each, was $479. Ryobi's battery platform delivers the power, runtime, and dependability you need to tackle yard work with ease. Shop 4th of July savings on Ryobi outdoor power only at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid June 25th through July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Summer savings are in full swing at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Lease a brand new Corolla from just $299 a month, a Corolla Cross from $289 a month, or a Camry for $329, all 36 months, all available now. Come visit their wonderful teams and take a test drive. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 30th, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Charlie, we were just talking about nasty pitches from George Kirby, the knuckle curve that he had working yesterday in his great 8-inning outing against the Angels. Do you remember on the final day of the 2023 season, he had a knuckleball that he threw?
He dropped the curve.
He dropped the curve. He just threw the knuckle.
Threw the knuckle.
He threw the knuckleball. Sadly, Tim Wakefield had passed away earlier that day. Final day of the 2023 season. He comes out in the 4th inning. First pitch to Corey Seager. Throws a knuckleball. And Seager whiffed so hard he fell down to one knee.
Amazing.
That was amazing. Now, I was a little fuzzy on the details. I was there and I was like, oh, yeah, First inning, he struck out Seager on a knuckleball. Had to go look it up. It was the fourth inning. It was just strike one, but still very nasty George Kirby pitch and a cool tribute. And it just shows kind of what he is capable of after seeing what he did last night. And yeah, something like that. It's like, yeah, George Kirby, you know why he has so much potential. You could see why he was an all-star a couple years ago because of things like this.
Yeah, and giving it back to the game, right? Like, I'm sure Tim Wakefield was an inspiration in some way to him in his life. So obviously a great Red Sox pitcher with the winning World Series team in 2004 and the knuckleball, right? I mean, what a unique pitch. I was always envious. I wish I could throw a knuckleball, Can you throw a knuckleball?
I could try.
You can try?
Isn't that anyone? Like, you try and it just goes anywhere and then...
I mean, I don't know. I mean, how's the right arm these days?
Well, I don't know if I could harness it because isn't that its own inherent challenge?
Yeah.
How do you harness that thing?
Well, it's back in the day, you'd have to have a catcher with this extra large glove just to catch the thing.
Isn't
right?
it the famous quote from Bull Durham? Like, how do you catch a knuckleball? You wait till it stops rolling. Backstop. Yeah. That's from somewhere. I believe it's Bull Durham. I don't know. I could be making that part up. That is definitely a famous quote about a knuckleball.
I always think about Wakefield with the Red Sox and how they traded away Doug Mirabelli, the catcher that caught him.
Yeah.
And they had to bring him back because no one could catch him.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but it just tells you how amazing the pitch can be if you know how to throw it. I mean, it's a rare pitch these days, but it's something I know you probably talk to all the pitchers these days that you always be experimenting. And one of the last, every day after catch practice, I would go and throw 4 or 5 knuckleballs to see if I got it that day. Only about 1 or 2 days. One day in Toronto, Mike, I tell you what, that day I was the nastiest knuckleball pitcher, and then I just lost it, It lasted for about 20
the
minutes.
Fickle nature of a knuckleball.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Brian Wu will throw any knuckleballs tonight, but Brian Wu does get the start for the Mariners. A 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame show on Seattle Sports, the Mariners Radio Network. And Wu, it's a home start. We've talked about this, Charlie. We literally have been on air talking about this. Don't know what the difference is, but Brian Wu has been filthy at home this season.
Yeah. I would like to see the continuation of that filthiness happen tonight. And yeah, it's certainly been an interesting year, the home and road stuff with Wu, but not anything really worried about. It's seemingly 1 inning on the road, and he's been so good at home, and a guy that he's a stud. I mean, he's such a good starting pitcher, and he continues to get better, and I think we all appreciate when Brian Wu is dealing. And I think what he did last year really cemented himself into this league as a premier starting pitcher, and I would imagine he's going to go deep again tonight and let the Mariners win this series.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, dramatic day in the World Cup. All 3 matches were decided in the final minutes or in penalty kicks, including, not going with the Telemundo one this time, Charlie. We'll save that for 8:15, including an upset. Germany out in the round of 32.
In this position for Paraguay. But he scores! Paraguay have done it! Paraguay have won it! And they booted Germany out of the World Cup!
Soccer calls are exciting. I do love those. Those commentators, the way they have with words in their calls. Try to bring that to baseball, just doesn't work. But hey, that was nice. And then in the final match, Morocco scored 1 minute into stoppage time to tie the Netherlands. Then they advanced 32 on penalty kicks. What a night.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
There are 3 more matches today. Mexico, I believe, plays tonight, and then the U.S. on Wednesday. And then if the U.S. wins, they're in Seattle on Monday, July 6th. So that'll be something that you need to know and be aware of for next Monday. But we still have some time until then. One final thing you need to know here, the Seahawks, and we'll talk about it a little bit more with Bob Condotta coming up at 7:45. According to a report from Bloomberg News, the first round of bids to purchase the Seahawks were due yesterday. So if you haven't gotten your bid in, sorry, Maura, it's too late. I know you're trying to finalize all the paperwork back there. Just missed out. The 3 of us, we got what? We got close to $8 billion in funding. They were like, yeah, you need $9 to $10 billion. But there are 3 reported bids. Those are kind of the same ones that have been out there. Now it's that next step of, all right, when is the final announcement made? It's been a secretive, vague process, as you would expect. But the NFL has said they hope to get it wrapped up by the time the season starts. And the season starts with the Seahawks on Wednesday, September 9th. So, all right, clock is ticking to get a new owner in place for Seattle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens, at least 2 or 3 weeks before the start of the season, right? Right when preseason football is happening. So, you don't want to have someone in place for this, right? I don't think they want to bring on someone when the season starts, right?
It's going to be strange regardless. And I know a lot of people around the Seahawks are curious to see what's going to happen. And the Allens are such great stewards and owners of this team. And look at all the success that has happened. And you worry because you look across sports and there are meddlesome owners. There are a lot of bad owners around sports. And the Seahawks have had the benefit of having a terrific ownership group here since the Allens, since Paul Allen and then now Jody Allen have been in charge of this team. And especially coming off a Super Bowl, you just like, hey, don't rock the boat. Trust the people in place. So I think if we never hear about the owners again after this, that would be preferred, because the worst thing is to have like a Jerry Jones, like a meddlesome owner who tries to always have the heavy hand and guide what's happening, and then they don't really have the best idea how to run a franchise. That could go a lot of bad ways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see who's going to be the bidding group or bidding purchaser as an individual.
That is everything you need to know. One thing we didn't get into there, because we're about to talk about it and really break it down in full. There were a lot of injury updates, some news, some updates, and then an addition to the IL for the Mariners. We're going to talk about all of that, break down the implications for this Mariners team going forward. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Summer savings are in full swing at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Lease a brand new Corolla from just $299 a month, a Corolla Cross from $289 a month, or a Camry for $329, all 36 months, all available now. Come visit their wonderful teams and take a test drive. Whether in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 30th, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
The Mariners are celebrating their 50th season with a legendary weekend in August. It all starts with Alumni Home Run Derby Night, August 7th, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Be here as Ichiro, Mike Cameron, and more swing for the fences in an epic post-game competition. Then on August 8th, it's 50 Season Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Witness the largest gathering of franchise greats as the top 50 Mariners players are unveiled live at T-Mobile Park. Get tickets at mariners.com/50.
June is Men's Health Month, and Swedish Cyberknife is encouraging men to talk about their own health with family members and medical professionals. Swedish Cyberknife can effectively treat conditions like prostate cancer, which can run in the family. Swedish Cyberknife requires only 5 short treatments, each lasting less than an hour. To learn more about Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission. When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Why Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. Had a good show so far. Always fun after a Mariners win. You also get... Obviously, you know this, Maura, but you get less late-night texts. The anger is just not there. So you can't really do a segment about late-night Mariners text, which is kind of sad in the sense that, I wanted to break out my late-night radio voice again, kind of practice that. Because here we are practicing our impressions. Charlie, you still need to bring in either a Salk or a Brock impression on Thursday.
Okay.
So pick your preferred one, get working on that.
I don't know. What do you think I should do?
I don't know. Maura, what do you think you should do? Did we come to the conclusion
maybe
that you should do Salk, even though you're more the Brock in this role?
Oh, yeah, you said you had the
East Coast. Yeah. But then it starts really, Northeast Boston accent. I don't think Salk gets into it that much.
You could be a caricature of him. Yeah, you could be over the top. Yeah. Be a little more of an extreme Salk version. That's what our Here's the Thing people do, right? They kind of...
I'm Mike Salk. I'm a professional moron, that guy.
Yeah, exactly. They dress it up like that. So you get less of the late night texts when the Mariners win, which, yes, it's a good thing. If things are going well, I think you're less apt to complain. You got one small sample size of a start. It's a good start. We won't get into that now. We will get into it a little bit later. But all right, you got to build on this because the Mariners have also done this the previous few series where they've won the first game, then they've lost the second, and then they've lost the third. So you can't do that against the Angels. You have to build on this momentum and keep winning against a bad team like that. But I think the more significant news, Charlie, was before the game. Justin Hollander, the start of every homestand, he usually will update on any injuries or any significant roster moves and updates that maybe everyone missed when they were on the road, and he had a lot to talk about. He spoke for about 12 minutes yesterday on all the injuries, and I think the most noteworthy immediate move was this, Hollander outlining the move to put Rob Refsnyder on the IL.
Rob Refsnyder is going to go on the IL today. We have to go through some paperwork. He had injections in his knees last week. They have been bothering him for quite a while now. I know he's referenced that a couple times when asked about it. He's not making an excuse in any way, but I think we're to a point where he just doesn't feel like his foundation is stable enough to do the things he needs to be able to do. So he's going to go on the IL today. Buddy Kennedy is here and will take his place on the roster. I would imagine Rob will head to Arizona sometime in the next couple days and just take some time to start strengthening his lower half and see if we can work through the pain in his knees. But that is why Buddy is here.
So that's the official move. Now, projecting outward, knowing how long it might take to come back, and he's 35 years old, is there a role for him when he comes back? I feel like with already struggling, it's not like a Brendan Donovan going on the IL and you're thinking, well, his bat was impactful when he was in the lineup. We see what he can do. We need him back in there. Is Rob Refsnyder going to have a spot when he gets back off the IL?
I don't know. It's maybe too early to tell. I think when you're getting injections in your knees, we'll see how he responds and gets his strength back. But I will say, I think if he is on this roster and he's going to get his opportunities against left-handed pitching, as he starts to come back from these injections and hopefully recover, they're going to be looking at, how is he moving, how is he running, and then I would secondly say, how is he swinging? Is he squaring up the ball? Does the exit velocity match what we saw previously, or is it more that maybe it's telling us that he's really, really healthy? As much of maybe a struggle as it's been for Rob this year, I still think that there is that value in his role, right? In the sense that it would be nice to have a right-handed bat to face a left-handed pitcher late in the game. And, if that is a role to have in the future that is valuable, there is maybe a way to keep him on the team. But, I think the health is going to be the biggest thing. So if he's not healthy, it's going to be really, really tough to find a spot. And now knowing that he isn't on the roster, if somebody comes up and takes that spot from him, I would be hard to kind of relinquish that if somebody comes up and proves that they can handle this role better than Rob has so far.
Yeah, and that to me is what further complicates it in looking at, hey, how does Rob Refsnyder get back and get into a role on this roster, is that you already have someone like Dom Canzone who's going to play every day now. I think that's a given. He needs to play every day. He has shown that. He has moved up and up in the order. I mean, he was hitting fifth. Then he was batting cleanup over the weekend. Last night, he's hitting third, and he comes through with a big home run. So Canzone already takes up a roster spot that I assume he's going to stay in against lefties. We talked about it yesterday. We'll certainly talk about it on all of our shows leading up to the trade deadline. You need a right-handed bat. If you do accomplish that and get a right-handed bat in, all of a sudden, Refsnyder, still coming back off the IL, he has to deal with Canzone and an additional right-handed bat, and maybe someone like a Luke Raley, who could be also hitting every day against lefties. Although, that's the second complicating part of it. So, Justin Hollander, I told you, there are a lot of injury updates. Now, Dom Canzone played, but he was the DH. So, Hollander gave some updates on Luke Raley, who has now not played for the last 2 days, and Canzone as well.
On Rails and Canzone, Raley's got a left forearm issue. This has happened before. I don't know where his status is going to be over the next couple days. He's going to have the doc see him tonight. Luke's pretty adamant that he can and wants to play through it. Luke is about the toughest player I've ever seen. We've all seen him wear 100 off the kneecap and jog to first base. So if he says, I can and want to play through it, my guess is he will. But we'll know more on that today. On Dom, Dom's hamstring still doesn't feel great. I don't anticipate him playing the outfield right now. He wants to play through this and feels like he can contribute in the batter's box. So at this point, my expectation is that he will play through this for right now. If we get to a point where he can't, he won't. But I would expect him in the lineup tonight, and we'll just see where it goes.
Yes, that was before the game. Yeah, so that was before the game yesterday. So obviously Canzone was in. Raley wasn't. But when you talk about something that's just nagging and that's recurring throughout a season, is it just kind of this week-to-week uncertainty where with the case of Raley, hey, the forearm starts acting up. All right, he might have to be down for a couple days, and I know the frustrating part for fans and everyone watching is, well, just get him healthy. Hey, sit him out until he's healthy and get him back in there. But that's obviously not necessarily the case, right? If players are going to play through nicks and bruises.
Yeah, and I think you're trying to avoid an IL stint if you can, right? So if you can give a player 2, 3, 4 days, obviously there's a limit on when you want to put somebody on the IL, right? So you're just trying to manage that so you don't have to make a move if it's not necessary. And if you can withstand the nicks and bumps that you'll kind of accumulate throughout the year, it may take just a little bit more time. So, yeah, it's an adjustment that you have to make in season. And if you can avoid an IL stint, you always do that. But obviously, to your point, getting healthy and staying healthy is the most important thing. So you always take that with the background saying, all right, well, how do we manage this and then give ourselves the best chance to be healthy in the long run? Because it's going to be really difficult if we're going to have a good week, a bad week, a good week, a bad week in terms of health. So you might as well just, sometimes put them on the IL, take care of it, don't have to think about it the rest of the year.
Those are the lineup updates. Now, there was more of a set timeline given about the bullpen. Not going to be any immediate help, but Justin Hollander did give an update, and he lumped both Brash and Criswell together, as he explained here. They're on a very similar timeline about when two guys who have been key arms for you this season might be on track to come back.
I'll start with Brash and Criswell because they're kind of tracking together. Those guys are going to have follow-up MRIs on the 6th of July, and we'll see where they're at. I feel like I always repeat this. However long you're down is roughly however long it takes to get you back. So we'll see what the scans look like on the 6th. Again, I would anticipate August as a reasonable time frame, and probably closer to the middle or the end than the beginning, depending on how long they're down running from. So we'll have more info next week on that.
So significant news, but Charlie, that's a big chunk of time to not have a high leverage bullpen arm in Matt Brash. And Cooper Criswell has been really key for you this season. He's come in some big moments. Maybe it's been evident what you've been missing when he's been on the IL over this past road trip, or a couple times where it felt like, hey, the bullpen could have used more middle to kind of turn the bullpen over before the high leverage guys. But that's significant. I feel like that, to me, might be the biggest challenge from the Mariners moving forward until you get Brash and Criswell back because of their propensity to play so many close games.
Yeah, and I think, Criswell has been kind of a bright spot, and I think he's done a fantastic job filling in for a guy who hasn't gotten much, name dropping this year, but Carlos Vargas. Remember him? Remember him out of the bullpen and how great he did filling in that middle relief role? I think Criswell did a really good job as Vargas was hurt. And then you mentioned Brash. Like, Brash is so good in that role that he's been in, and he's been so valuable to the Mariners bullpen. I think now he's dealt with this lat thing twice. They're going to do the best they can to in a way, probably slow play it so that when he's back, he's good to go. But to your point, and to what Hollander said, it may take a little bit more time. We may be sitting into, middle of August before Brash's arrival. And, obviously that would put us past the trade deadline. And it's also like it would be a lot to ask of Brash to come back and be perfect. You've had 2 injuries this year, so you're putting a lot of pressure on your high leverage guy to come back and be near perfect in these situations. So if there's a way to take the load off and look at maybe getting another player back into the bullpen that could, essentially fill that gap until Brash gets back, maybe in one way, shape, or form, it doesn't have to be the nastiest reliever out there. But if you could figure out ways to add value to that bullpen until you get that full repertoire of players that you can use, it could be a really good way to continue to navigate that time, as difficult as it may be coming up on the trade deadline.
Okay, so you definitely need another reliever because, as you said, it was well put that we often kind of put that on a guy coming back from injury, like, oh, he's going to be the savior.
Oh, he's
going to be immediately what he was, and that's an unfair burden to put on someone, especially, yes, with now multiple injuries for Brash in this season. You kind of maybe have to operate under the assumption that, hey, whatever you get from him is gravy, and not the expectation that he comes in immediately in a one-run game and he's Matt Brash.
Yeah, and he's going to throw 3 out of 4 days. Like, I just think it's one of those things where trying to temper those expectations and using him at the most opportune times so that he is nasty. Maybe he needs he's going to pitch once a day, always have a day off, right? They don't want to push him in a sense and have a third lat injury, right? Or anything else to happen. So I think that's where he's so valuable. Is like keep this guy healthy. He's nasty out of the bullpen.
So with that though, Does the piggyback become more intriguing the rest of the season? I'm kind of coming around on the no. That was a hard no there.
I don't think so.
No, you want to go 6-man.
No.
Even with a thin bullpen, you want to send a starter to the bullpen.
No.
No.
New idea.
I've listed 3 options.
New idea. New idea.
Wait. You need one of those. One of those has to be the plan because they're going with 2 plans right now. It's either the 6-man, which they're doing right now currently, or the piggyback that they tried. What would be then the untold third option?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it yesterday. Maybe I said it yesterday, but maybe I just thought it. I don't know. But my thought is you're going to essentially turn one of your starters into a bullpen, and you're going to ask them to pitch more, right?
So you want to send a guy make him a reliever?
No, you're going to ask the starter to throw more pitches. Like you're going to bridge the gap starter, right? Does that make sense?
So in a piggyback role?
No. The starter throws 95 pitches.
Yeah.
Typically, bullpen's up, 100 pitches, you're gone. Why not say, hey, we're going to give you 110, 112, 114?
So
like,
but are all 6 starters still pitching every one of them? So because you have 6 starters right now.
Right.
So are they all still pitching like as 6 starters?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They're just going longer, deeper.
Right.
So it's a 6-man rotation, but you want more.
I want more.
Okay.
Right, because I want because you're not pitching as frequent, that means you could pitch more when you pitch. So instead of trying to be the third time through the lineup, we got to pull the guy. Maybe you leave him in.
I think George Kirby would prove the evidence of that,
right?
Because he hit 100 pitches, so he did go through the 8th. And maybe if you look back to Sunday, that would be the case for keeping Emerson Hancock in and hopefully have him finish the 6th inning. So it is a good question, and that would be maybe the big topic looming going forward over this final stretch before the All-Star break and then into the second half of the season, because we just got that timeline. Matt Brash, he's not going to be back until kind of mid-August, and then Cooper Criswell as well. So you're down 2 guys in the bullpen that you really relied on early in the season, and certainly Matt Brash as a high leverage guy in that part of the season as well. So we will see. Charlie, keep plugging away on that. Dive back into the database and give me some thoughts on what you got going on there. I think we're going to make a little bit of a transition, not to soccer, but to football for a moment here. And Bob Condotta will join us. It's time for Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, Brock Hewart's not here. Mike Salk is not here, but don't worry. Mike Lefko, I'm here. And Bob Condotta is here with us, the Seahawks beat writer for the Seattle Times. Bob, thanks for joining me this morning. How's it going?
Good. Yeah, how you guys doing?
We appreciate you waking up and joining us for some football questions here. Blue 88 coming to you at 7:45 every weekday here on Brock and Salk. So, Bob, starting off, you broke down the details of the Seahawks' initial bids being due yesterday. Now that that's in, how quickly do you think we could see something definitive happen?
Well, I think by the timeline that there's sort of been from the start, which is by the start of the regular season. I think that's been the goal for everybody, and I still think that's doable. And I think this deadline sort of was put in place to kind of spur that and make that happen and give some people some deadlines to get it to that point. But that's what they want. They want it to be done by the start of the regular season so that you just don't have it hanging over your head and it's a big press conference they have to hold in week 4 or whatever like that. So, I think that's, if you remember the Seahawks initial statement sort of said a process that would play out through the offseason. That's sort of what they anticipated is it would take, that 6 months or whatever from February to September. And I think that's still just what they want to get done.
Bob, do you get the sense, you reported the 3 ownership groups that had submitted bids, and I know that those 3 had been out there. Do you get the sense that that's it? There might be an unknown one, or maybe it's still kind of everyone's waiting to see if there are more bids in place?
Yeah, I think there definitely could be others. There's kind of been a rumbling from the start that there'd be 3 to 5 probably serious bidders. It's hard to come up with groups that might be able to put together $9 to $10 billion packages, so there were never going to be 50 or anything like that. But, I think there was a thought that there could be like 3 to 5. And so I certainly think there could be a name or two out there that we haven't heard yet. But, I do think of the names that have been out there. I do think they're serious, especially I know for sure I think everybody knows the Wick Grossbeck group. I think they're very interested, and definitely a group that's going to be part of this mix, and the other two may be as well, and for sure there may be somebody else out there.
All right, number 2. Bob, as we turn our attention to the Seahawks on the field, when they head to training camp and they get back on the field here at the end of July, what's your biggest question for the Seahawks as they're currently constructed when they start training camp?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. The Seahawks are, I think one of the reasons there hasn't been as much offseason talk about the Seahawks in some places is because they seem kind of boring when you look at their roster. They have so many people back, so many kind of set spots. I think the running back position is just the one I think everybody is most curious about. Just how are the carries going to end up being divvied up to replace Ken Walker, and especially with Zach Charbonnet. I think he's progressing well, but I don't think he's going to be ready week 1. So, you're going to have a couple of new faces out there, Zadarian Price, George Holani, and just how is that going to look once week 1 starts? Who gets the first carry? Who gets the most carries? And how does that impact the offense as well? They were really built around what they had with Walker and Charbonnet last year, and that was a really effective tandem for them. And how does that all play out? So I think that's still my biggest unknown heading into this thing.
All right, number 3. Bob, I'm going to keep this pretty broad, so feel free to take it in whatever direction you want, whether it's a second-year player or a veteran. But who do you think has the potential to make a big jump for the Seahawks this season?
Yeah, I mean, this is another one where with, almost every starter back,
right,
it's going to be hard for too many guys to really break in. But, I think the guy everybody's really curious to see get a full season now is Riley Mills. After the great play he had in the Super Bowl, it was pretty obvious during the offseason training, during the offseason program, that he's going to have a significant role this season. That they kind of, they didn't add a whole lot to their defensive line in the offseason. And I think part of the thinking there is that Riley Mills is going to sort of be one of the new additions they do make to that, and figure out how to, he was doing a lot of playing alongside Byron Murphy in some packages, and kind of talked about how Mills himself sort of talked about how effective he thinks those two guys could be in there in the middle, with him playing off of Murphy and maybe the double teams that Murphy will get, which will leave other guys in man-to-man situations. So I think he's the one I think everybody will be most curious to kind of see after what he did do in the Super Bowl. What can he do for a full season now?
Well, Bob, kind of along those lines, I'm curious, what do you think is going to happen with Rashid Shaheed? Full season for him as well now. New offensive coordinator. Could his role look different? Would it be easy to tell if his role was different this season?
I mean, I don't think the specific role is going to be different. I mean, he's going to be one of the starting 3 receivers, as he was for the last 8 games of last season. So it'll be interesting to see. There's always this who's going to get more targets in a season and things like that. You just had Jackson Smith and Jigba have one of the best top 10 seasons of all time. You're not going to take away targets from Jackson Smith and Jigba just to try to get other people more involved, but maybe those spread out a little bit simply because other teams are really going to try to focus on Jackson. It's going to be hard probably for him to continue to make that many receptions at 10 yards. So those get spread around to some other people. Maybe those will go to Shaheed. He obviously he did have a big spring. Torrey Horton wasn't out there, and so Torrey, once the regular season starts, I think they hope he gets back out there and does some things. I thought Jake Bobo had a really good offseason program as well. And they made a somewhat of an investment in him. So those are going to be your top 5 receivers. It's going to be how the mix works on game days of who does what. Certainly with the investments they've made in Rashid Shaheed, they want to get him more targets and get the ball to him more. And so, that'll be a focus for sure to try to get that done. And I think he will end up making more receptions than he did last year per game for sure.
Hey, Bob, next time we see you out there on the field at training camp, there will be Hard Knocks cameras everywhere. Are you excited, apprehensive about all the extra people around there, or what are you interested about seeing with Hard Knocks in town?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The last couple days that we were out there during minicamp, they had a crew out there, and so it did look a little different because there were times you saw cameras out on the field taking some pictures of some getting access that nobody else does. Or guys are running between the lines to go get some shots and things like that. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out for sure. And it's going to be part of the attention that the Seahawks are. Sort of the how everybody is going to be shooting for them this season. Literally, you're going to have a bunch of extra cameramen shooting at them all preseason and kind of with that focus on them. And everybody's going to have to be, I think it's every Tuesday night at 8. We're all going to have to be watching every Tuesday at 8 to kind of see what they've uncovered. And, we'll see if some news breaks or something like that on those shows, as sometimes happens. But, I think Mike McDonald has a really good attitude about this, that this is what comes with, when you win the Super Bowl, there's other things that come along with it, and you just have to take it in stride, and you don't really worry about it per se. You just figure out a plan for how to deal with it, and they're not going to be there forever. It's kind of a 1-month thing, during training camp that they're going to be out there, and at some point the games start. When the games start, it kind of just comes back to the same old things that got you there in the first place of executing your plan and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think it's anything the Seahawks are really worried about. I think it's just something they realize is going to be a thing there for, the 5 weeks or whatever, and then you kind of just move on.
Well, Bob, thanks for joining us this morning on Blue 88. Bob Condotta from the Seattle Times, our guest here this morning on Brock and Salk. Thanks, Bob. Much appreciated.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll talk to you later.
Good insight there from Bob Condotta. Appointment viewing, Charlie. Hard Knocks. You going to watch?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to have to restart my HBO account. It's been inactive. But yeah, I like, that's the good kind of homework. Something you have to do every Tuesday night, but it's sports. It's your own team. It's something that you're going to see. You're going to be out there interacting. Mm-hmm. We're all kind of curious in here who's going to end up on the show. Inadvertently, of course. Now, some people might try to be the star of the show or the sideshow part of it, but it's going to be a whole new world out there at training camp.
It's a fun vantage point, right? I think it brings a really cool insight into what it's like to be an NFL player and get ready for a season.
Yeah. Well, speaking of fun, we're about to go back to the game realm. We got another game we're going to get to, and I think this one could get a little heated based on a topic we came up with yesterday. This one's going to get a little heated. That'll come up next year on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and you can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st. If you need a laugh, comedy legend David Spade visits on August 15th, or you can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. All the tickets are at snocasino.com. You can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed. Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss this week's Cal Raleigh Funko Pop giveaway. You have 2 more chances to score this one-of-a-kind collectible as the Mariners take on the Angels tonight and Thursday at T-Mobile Park. The first 10,000 fans at each game will head home with this must-have Funko Pop. Lock in your seats today at mariners.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Upgrade your home with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Be among the first 40 June projects to sign up for 5 or more installed windows and receive a free patio door. Plus, enjoy 12 months, no interest, no payments financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, I promise we play a game here. Fun way to talk about the Mariners and some food items, of course, food items and everything else and more. Charlie got kind of excited back here. He's like, "Oh, what game are we playing?" And I told him, he's like, "Oh, that's it." I was like, "Yeah, like we don't have board games in here.
This was
it's not
Salk's creation.
It's not like a real game.
Very complicated.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just a
So
game.
if it's not
like,
a real game, so it's not. We're
Game
calling it a
like.
game, even though it's not an actual game.
It's kind of the closest you can get to like a game on the radio.
Okay,
I would say.
So it's
right?
is it a contest?
No, that's
no.
different.
Is it
no,
like
a game is a game. A contest is a contest.
Okay, so but it's game.
A contest is like for others. You know, they can kind of win something. I guess we could if someone wanted to bring in prizes. But this is game-like in that it's more of a fun way to talk about the same things we've been talking about.
Are there winners and losers?
Oh, always, right? Even though there probably aren't. But that's what annoys Maura is that in the game we played yesterday, in Buy or Sell, I wanted to try and win. But no, it's a game. It's lighthearted. You don't win. We can dress it up. If you want to try to win this, Maura, take us through here, which is better and why I guess we can't win, but we'll just try to win anyway.
Decide who has better takes?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, or the listeners, they're never shy about weighing in. They can decide who wins each one of these.
Okay. Who's right, who's wrong?
We're not going to get past this first one, by the way. This is going to take the entire time.
I'm not going to do that first because
okay,
I already heard a preview of you guys arguing this yesterday, so I don't want to. I don't want to get caught up in it.
Okay.
I'll get to it.
Okay.
But first up, which is better right now, Kate Anderson or Ryan Sloan?
No, don't look at me. I'm looking at you.
Oh, it's the easy answer.
Is it?
Yeah.
Kate Anderson?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We both win. Yeah.
Kate Anderson, without a doubt.
Does Ryan Sloan have more upside, though, because of his velocity, just more raw potential?
If he has upside, if he has more upside, it is just slightly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I think from a body type and young youth, right?
Throws harder. Like, all these things check the boxes, but, like, the ceiling is like 1A and 1B, right? So it's not really that much of a difference. And I agree here. You think Kate Anderson could come up today and pitch in the majors?
Yeah, I think he could come up tomorrow and throw 6 shutout without a doubt.
Well, I think he could do it today, not tomorrow.
Oh,
okay.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Woo's pitching today, man. You're not going to bump him from the
bump
roll.
Woo a day. No, but we're in agreement. Yeah, Kate Anderson is MLB ready whenever.
Yeah.
And Ryan Sloan is not. So now, yes, Anderson's better. But what a great problem to have. Like, oh, you have this pitcher that might have more upside. That's not going to be better until later. But we have this guy that's MLB ready as well.
Well, they're both ace caliber. That's what it
Yes.
is. Like, I think when you look at how starting pitchers get projected, it's a lot of times you look, oh, he's a 2, he's a 3, he's a backhand starter. You got 2 aces sitting down in AA. So it's just a special thing the Mariners have on hand.
All right, which is better, breakfast or dinner?
I feel strongly about this.
You do?
You're going to disagree. I think.
Okay, let's hear it.
Dinner's absolutely better.
Why do you think I'm going to disagree?
I think you're more of a breakfast guy. You strike me as a breakfast guy.
I think, agree with you that dinner is better.
Yeah.
But, there is, I love going out to breakfast. I love going out to brunch. Like, it's hard not to just wake up and be like, what are you doing? What are you doing
brunch
today?
Is different than breakfast. So if you have
What
to
do you
combine meals, then it's not
just because
breakfast.
it's on the weekends?
Yeah.
Or does brunch include?
Brunch kind of sounds like lunch, too, because you can have lunch in there.
Yeah, brunch still mostly breakfast.
Yeah, I know. It's gotten that reputation that it's a breakfast thing. I think if I go to brunch, I'm getting lunch food.
Oh, wow.
If I have the opportunity to get non-breakfast food, I'm doing it.
Maybe brunch is more like we're getting mimosas as well.
That's
I
what,
was gonna say.
brunch.
That's the only perk I would put in the breakfast category. But
Yeah.
I'm weird and don't like eggs, so I'm with you guys on dinner.
Hey, I'm weird. I'm not a big egg fan either.
Okay.
Only like them scrambled.
Yeah, and then in
So-
an omelet where you can put a bunch of meat and stuff and not have to really taste the eggs by themselves. Perfect. All right.
So none of us are huge
What a
eggs
show. Okay, I like this. All 3 of us agree on the correct answer of dinner
Right.
being
Do
better than
some
breakfast.
steak dinners and we'll be happy.
All right, this is easy. Let's
I
keep
think we might
keep
have
it moving
tried
here.
this with Brady Henderson before, and he was a big breakfast guy, from what I remember.
all right.
I know one of the guests was. Okay, now we'll get into the big debate here. Which is better, perfect game or a combined no-hitter, which our fill-in co-host here, Charlie
Yes.
Furbush, was a part of one.
Oh, I thought you were going ballpark nachos or hot dogs. I wanted to talk about that
Yes.
one.
Well,
We're not
I
gonna
think
have time
the
for that.
question is, what is rare instead of better? I mean, better, it's kind of easy that the perfect game is better than the combined.
Well,
number.
okay.
But more
See,
rare.
give me this definition. 'Cause I don't
Rare.
agree. Yeah.
Right? There have been, of the 327 no-hitters, there have been 24 perfect games, right? Not that many. And in my mind, I thought there'd be more combined no-hitters than perfect game. Yet, there are only 22 ever combined no-hitters.
Now,
so in the sense of numbers, wouldn't the combined no-hitter be more rare?
No, this is which is better.
Oh,
Not
so
which-
it's better.
I know
Okay, all right.
because it is rarer, but rare doesn't always mean good.
It's true.
You could have rare bad occurrences.
This is true. Yes.
And I think when I brought that point up, there was no coming back from it because you're right.
There's no coming back from
There
it.
is no coming back from it. I mean, I can think of an example that's quite rare
Okay,
that
but it is
happened
a
on Sunday.
positive. It's not like it's you committed this many errors that no one's ever committed before.
It's true. It is unique, though. Like, it's got to be unique.
This is, I think, what
Is
the
it underappreciated
debate-
or it's not?
Okay, I think it's underappreciated,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
I got into this, and this is why we turned it into a debate. And by the way, Charlie and I have a great debate cooked up for Thursday. That
Oh.
got very passionate and heated in like a fun conversational sports talk way
Yes.
that we have been talking about for hours, every single commercial break, that we're going to save it for on air on Thursday.
What tease.
What?
What?
I know what a
Yeah, what a
tease.
2
tease, I
days
know.
from now.
I know. 2 days from
If
now.
you can
yeah.
wait that
well, we
long.
have. It's got to simmer for a little bit. It's got to build up. 2 days from now, it's going to be a heck of a debate. But what? I don't even know.
He forgot already.
I was saying.
I'm
like,
giving the point to Charlie.
a
Hey!
dang it, I lost that one. A no hitter can be very unimpressive sometimes. I think that's why it kind of gets cast aside.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How is that unimpressive to give up 0 hits?
Because you could walk like 6 guys. Remember, Edwin Jackson had like 8 walks and he had a no-hitter.
AJ Burnett maybe had 9 or something like that.
Exactly. There you go.
So it's still not impressive that even though you gave up walks, you're like, I'm unimpressed.
Yeah, because you can
unimpressed.
You could go out and have a terrible outing, and technically you can lose a no-hitter.
Right.
So that's why I'm not impressed. If you lose a game,
so you don't.
I'd be impressed by that actually.
You only appreciate perfect games. All of the other 300 and whatever no-hitters, you're like garbage.
There's a different caliber of no-hitter. You can't lump them all together. Certain no-hitters are more impressive. I wasn't impressed with the Astros combined no-hitter that happened this year.
Okay.
Mainly because the Astros.
So in the bias that I am of the 6-man no-hitter, is that impressive that it was 6 pitchers?
Yes.
More than like 2 or 3?
Well, because it's kind of absurd of like how many things could go wrong.
Right.
In the strange way of you would think the fewer people, the better, but maybe it's not as impressive. So 6, every single pitcher could have come in and screwed up. And then we kind of got into, why does that not happen more? Right. I think it's because you don't see scenarios where you're going to have either the starter not give up a hit and then come out and you're going to have so many people come in, or relievers usually are coming into games where they know it's okay to give up a hit as long as you're not giving up a run.
Well, I'm thinking in the modern world, knowing that guys aren't throwing 130, 40 pitches out, like back in the day, it makes sense. Like the starter was staying in forever. But now, like even the one in Houston this year with the came out of the 6th innings, he had 100 pitches.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I'm just like, you threw a no-hitter, but you can't even go 7 innings? That's kind of why I tend to scoff at that. Because that wasn't injury-related. You do have the good caveat that, look, it wasn't like we were planning to just go 6 innings, then come in and pitch in relief. There was an injury that happened. So to be kind of abrupt like that, I think yours, because I'm biased as well, I give yours special consideration over other combined no-hitters.
He might be impressed.
That are not as impressive.
No hits were given up.
All right, well, I think that set the tone nicely for what's going to happen
this
on
is why
Thursday.
I couldn't start with this question.
That's right.
That's
you're
true.
right.
When we have like half, we still can get to tomorrow. But we'll get through the rest of these tomorrow as well.
Right.
956 says, you're a bum, Lefko. Sloan is MLB ready. Yeah, sure. I guess he is eventually. Not right now. Or else he'd be up here as well.
I mean, stuff-wise,
you can 956 can tell the Mariners that.
Well,
they
you just
may not be aware.
Yeah.
Or else maybe they'd have him up right now.
Well, the problem is that when you just look on like a box score or velocity, you're like, oh, 90, he hit 99. He's throwing 99. He's throws gas. That's MLB ready, right? But I think there's maturity that needs to happen internally.
If you just threw fast,
yeah,
that would be a good qualification to be MLB
and also,
ready.
that's all you look at. Like we had Keith Law come on and tell us that Kate Anderson wasn't doing that well a couple of months ago because his velocity was down.
Yeah.
We're like, over the next month or so he was killing it.
Velocity, yes. Ryan Sloan, velocity-wise,
well, it's just it's the attracting thing, right? Everyone, how hard do you throw? How hard do you throw? It's just seemingly a measuring stick in a lot of ways, but there's much more to being a pitcher and a successful
also,
one than just throwing hard.
Why did I get the sole bum call out there? We all agreed he wasn't MLB ready right now, which is not to say he's not MLB ready soon or by next year. But all right, I guess they
Hollander
really
said we might see
listening
both of them by September.
Yeah. I appreciate 956
you're
listening
a bum,
just to me and no one else. Obviously, what you guys said, not going through, only my voice cuts through and gets them to pay attention. So I guess that's which is better. We'll get back to that maybe tomorrow. And then our big debate on Thursday, but there's a lot more you need to know. That's coming up next. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. You know, most people who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. When people come first.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
June is Men's Health Month, and Swedish Cyberknife is encouraging men to talk about their own health with family members and medical professionals. Swedish Cyberknife can effectively treat conditions like prostate cancer, which can run in the family. Swedish Cyberknife requires only 5 short treatments, each lasting less than an hour. To learn more about Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good. Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves a risk of loss.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the first thing is that I showed Charlie Furbush our text line. Somehow he was beautifully unaware of that.
Sorry,
you're way ahead of Brock. Brock still doesn't use the text line. He
No,
just makes us read the text to him.
He wanted to dive in, and now he is.
I want to engage with the audience.
Fully down the rabbit hole, and I'm sorry that you are now exposed to all this. I wish I was in a blissful pre-text line.
Are you a hater?
Oh, yeah.
You're a hater of the audience?
I call them idiots every Friday. So they can text in mean things to our show in the
for
afternoon.
sure, for the mean text.
For the mean
that
text.
makes sense.
So
you're playing up for your own
It's
segment.
a
I got
good,
you.
yes, exactly.
Yes.
It's a good back and forth. Sometimes you can get too deep. Don't get distracted by it. We got to talk about things people need to know, like Brian Wu starting tonight, Game 2 of the series against the Angels. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame show on the Mariners Radio Network. You can hear it right here on Seattle Sports as well. For Brian Wu, Charlie, we know it's been very good at home, but still, what to you stands out as a key to replicating what he's done at home?
Yeah, he just needs to stay on track and not let any sort of past issues on the road at all even come into play. I think he does such a good job of controlling what he can, and I continue to be impressed by how he maintains his ability to go deep into games. So it's really nice to have him back home. Obviously, the road struggles have happened, but now that we're back in T-Mobile, it feels like it's another outing where, after what Kirby did last night, I think Wu's saying, "Yeah, I want to do the same thing, and I want to go eight shutty, if I can, not 8 shutty, but like what Kirby did." But he certainly, I want him to continue to get on a good track, because he was so good last year with those stretches of 6 innings, and it just feels like if there's a version of that the Mariners can get back, it just takes this rotation to another level.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Rangers maintained their win streak. They beat the Guardians 6-3 last night. They've won 5 in a row. They're still a half game up on the Mariners. When you look at this Rangers team, that always kind of seemed like the one to watch out for. I know the A's were there towards the middle of the year, and they were kind of sticking around with the Mariners, but now the Rangers are in front. Charlie, this Rangers team, what stands out to you about why they could be a significant challenge to the Mariners the rest of the season?
It's their pitching right now. Their pitching overall, top to bottom, with DeGrom at the top of the rotation, has been kind of the force in why they're hanging in there. Their offense has kind of been lackluster, but they kind of have done enough to withstand some underperforming offense, and now they're in first. So I think this just puts everything into perspective, and knowing that there will always be teams in the division, no matter if you're 7 games behind or a half game, that are fighting to try and move their way up. So I think the Mariners now know what's ahead of them, and know that it's not going to be an easy road. So can't mail it in. You got to play 9 innings, like Cal said, and leave it all in the field.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, I don't know if you were fully World Cup invested until these past couple days, but have we got any more in it? I didn't know I was this invested as well until everyone's been texting all the chaos of the knockout games, and 2 of them going to penalty kicks last night. Are you hooked? Are you fully gripped yet?
Yeah, I'm pretty hooked, and from last night's endeavors to even Have you been paying attention to the Alexi Lalas and Zlatan Ibrahimovic little riff?
They got this Cold War going on.
Yeah, a little cold. Yeah, it's great. I think it's just hilarious. Good for soccer.
Good for soccer.
Yeah.
Is Salk still firmly anti?
No.
I don't even want to say unaware. I think he's just firmly and actively against anything soccer related.
He's given a couple of updates and need to know, but he still makes fun of it every chance he gets.
How does he make fun of it? I want to know, because I want to make fun of it.
He says that they take their hydration breaks and eat orange slices like little kids, and that no one plays the sport past at the age of 9. And yeah.
Okay, well, not exactly accurate, but I do have one. I have one issue.
Quit early on.
Yeah,
and he makes fun of the flopping.
To go play other
That's
sports.
okay. There it is. That's, to me, the flopping and the dramaticness of a soccer player falling down and acting like, oh my gosh, my leg is broken. There's no way I can play. And then 5 seconds later, they're like jogging on the side or back in the game. And it's just like, why? Why is there this dramatic acting going on? I get every now and again, maybe you see it in basketball when somebody's trying to take a charge and maybe you sell it a little bit more. But like, why do these soccer players just completely flop? I almost wish like the clock would stop. Like the game's going to stop until you get back up. I know the clock never stops.
The clock never stops. Yeah.
Is there a way to avoid the flopping? I don't know.
And back to my little thing here. I mean, look, it's entrenched. They're not going to change it just because we want to. But soccer, deciding important matches on penalty kicks is asinine. I mean, the NHL and MLB have systems in place for the regular season that they don't put into place for the postseason because those games mean a lot.
Yesterday wouldn't have been as dramatic.
No, it would be dramatic. It's back and forth. You don't know when the game's going to end. One final goal. Come on. You wouldn't want hockey to go to
a
shootout in the playoffs? You'd want a shootout in the playoffs, though?
They've done it before.
Yeah.
You don't want that in the playoffs. That's terrible.
Do you not? So you just would rather see like a live goal scored?
You play on. Yeah.
Then
I don't care if you collapse on the pitch. You play on until someone scores.
So what's unexciting about a shootout?
Because it's not what you've done for the past 120 minutes,
right?
So it's completely different. It's like deciding an NFL game.
Yeah, because
on field
what you've
goals.
done hasn't decided a winner.
Right. So you keep playing. You don't change hockey because it hasn't decided a winner. The Mariners played 18 innings in the playoffs. Should they have put a runner at second like they do in the regular season?
I mean, I see your point.
Yeah. Well, we don't have time. I don't want to keep Jeff Passan waiting. This is a big guest who agreed to come on because of you and not necessarily me, even though he'll talk to me as well. But Jeff Passan, everyone wants to hear from him. So he joins us next here on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. And summer in Western Washington, you know, it means trips to the beach, summer barbecues, little golf, that vacation maybe you've been looking forward to. Well, when you take those pictures this summer, don't you want to look and feel your very best? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help, and trust me, you can do this so fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks, 35 pounds after 8 weeks. How about that? There's time, so what are you waiting for? Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what to expect. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery. You're eating all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You will lose weight and you will look and feel your very best. That feeling, it's just on the other end of your 15-minute consult. What's the secret? You'll find out in only 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule your quick intro today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
These days, everyday savings add up. Get more for your restaurant, food truck, or big event at Chef Store with warehouse savings on the food and supplies you use most. No membership required. Plus, we're open to the public. Visit Chef Store today.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no-interest, no-payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
The Mariners Kids Club presented by BECU is 100% free and a great way to get your kids excited for a lifetime of Mariners baseball. Sign up online at mariners.com/kidsclub and your kids will receive exclusive giveaways, access to member events, and more.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, well, we've obliged the first part of that. We have found a way to shut up Salk. He's not here. And Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. Please be joined now by ESPN's Jeff Passan. Jeff, Charlie is also very excited to speak with you. I heard last week that you were excited to talk to him as well. So I'm happy to make the connection here. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Oh, my God. This is an honor. Charlie, how are you?
Oh, fantastic. How are you today?
I mean, I'm great. Your trade has been on my mind and living in my head rent-free for like 15 years now. So ever since then, when anyone asks me, what's your favorite trade ever? Pfister for Furbush. Every time.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And as we were saying earlier, if that trade didn't happen, I wouldn't be sitting here right now today talking with you.
We never know like where life's going to take us. So, man, like baseball's a weird game. You might have not been intertwined with Doug Pfister, but who knows what sort of other inappropriate trades there might have been.
I was going to say, Jeff, you had a tweet from years ago. I don't think I can mention this on air, but you found a name that might have passed Charlie in that trade. So I would direct people to search Jeff Passan funniest name trades. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Here's the thing. I think I do, but I'm forgetting which one specifically it is because I know there was another contender, and I think this one involved a prospect whose name I'm blanking out right now.
So it's July 31st, 2013. You said, never thought I'd say this, but the Fister for Frober's trade is no longer the funniest ever. Bud for blank, I'm not going to say that word, and a hater. You are the winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this was before it was Bud Norris. It was Josh Hader. Oh, my God. Who was the other one?
He has a name that's a gardening tool.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was it the hoe?
Yeah. There we go. Sorry,
Oh,
Charlie.
that's right. That's right. LJ Hose.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Gosh.
You don't have the best name trade anymore. No, I'm sorry.
Well, it's all right. We're still in the top 5.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, if you want to, so Jeff, we actually were curious. So Charlie has a great story that he's going to tell you about his perspective of that when he was traded. So we're curious about. You don't have to reveal industry secrets, but just kind of how trades get kind of processed and broken to you, because Charlie, your side of the story of finding out is dramatically different than what you'd expect from a player getting traded.
Right, and how I typically seen trades go down, and inside that clubhouse, you get called into the manager's office and presented with the trade. But this lovely trade deadline back in 2011, I was sitting in my apartment in Detroit, and we had the rare 4 p.m. start that day. And sure enough, I woke up at 9, turned on MLB Network as most big league players do, and having a coffee, watching TV for 5 minutes, and boom, breaking news. Oh God, what's going on? Oh, trade with the Tigers. Oh, Fister to the Tigers for who? Oh my gosh, me? I am traded. So I'm sitting in my apartment, thinking, no way I just got traded. Of course, I hop on the phone with my agent and said, oh, well, you must know about this. He goes, I haven't heard of I haven't heard a trade yet. I was like, oh my gosh, maybe it's a speculative deal. So of course I get my stuff together, get into the field, and I'm in Comerica for what feels like 30 seconds, and I can just tell like everyone's looking at me like, oh, there it is. And sure enough, get called into the office, and it's Jim Leland and Dave Dombrowski, and we love you, man. This is great, but this is part of the business. You got a flight at 7:00 tonight. And I was just like, what? Oh. So what a whirlwind. But, I'm curious from your side of things, Jeff, like, when do these things get leaked to you, and how do you, find out before a player?
Oh, man. It happens too often, honestly. And, I'll get a sense that something is going down. And because I'm going to call this the Furbush rule now.
All right,
but
there we go.
My standard operating procedure is if a player does not know that he's been traded, and I know that he does not know he's been traded, then I will not put it out there, because I think it's kind of messed up for someone to learn from the media that their life is in the midst of being flipped upside down, because that's what the trade deadline is, right?
Sure.
You need to go not just to a new employer in a new city. You have to move. You have to essentially break up friendships that you've developed through however many years you've been with the organization, and start completely from scratch and walk into a new clubhouse with a bunch of people you might not know and have to get along on the fly. All of it is a really, really difficult thing. And as a media member, there are going to be times where things that I write or things that I say are going to bother people. I just understand that. It's part of the job. It's not something I delight in doing. It's not something I relish, but I understand, to do the job right, that's part of it. This is not one of those scenarios, though, where somebody has put himself in a position to be written or spoken about. It's something that's happened to him. And so because of that, I try to be as respectful as I possibly can. That being said, the trade deadline is a completely different animal. And the way that I approach that is the majority of players who are getting dealt at least have a decent sense, or have run through their minds at that point that it's a possibility. So it's not quite the same shock that it might be otherwise. I still, as best I can, try to do that, but especially on deadline day when, there are 15, 20 trades happening essentially at the same time, it's a little bit trickier to find that balance.
All right, Jeff. Well, because we're rapidly hurtling towards this trade deadline, for the Mariners, we've kind of isolated, and I'm sure you're well aware coming on this show every week, hey, they could use a right-handed bat. They could use some bullpen help. But with all these teams in contention, how costly is it going to be for the Mariners to accomplish their goals at the trade deadline?
It's a great question, and I think it's why this trade deadline is going to break as late as it is. I just think there are too many teams right now that still don't really know what they are in the grand scheme of things, and aren't going to be willing until the pressure of the deadline comes, until the exigency is there. They're not going to know what they want to do. I don't think that's indecisiveness or anything. Let's use the Mariners, for example. The Mariners right now, the question they need to ask themselves is, are we good enough to push? Are we good enough to be paying retail in this market where there are going to be so many teams that are in it that the prices, I would assume, are going to be pretty high? And this Mariners team, we're more than halfway through the season right now, and this has been a 500 team, as simple as that, as average as you can possibly get. And is that a team where giving up a prospect to go chase something this year is worth it? I think you can make the argument for the Mariners that it is, and the argument is that we can pitch with anyone. And if we can pitch with anyone, we're going to be in games. And if we're in games in a league as wide open as the American League right now, where the best team is clearly the New York Yankees, and they just got swept for 4 games by one of the worst teams in the Boston Red Sox this week. If that can happen, then surely we should absolutely push on this season. But at the same time, if you're Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander, you also have to ask yourself, has this team earned us pushing this season? Does it really make sense after the lack of what this team had shown us to continue on and give up future value? Or do we just not pack it in this year, but maybe not operate as aggressively as we might, because we might be, putting good money into a lemon? Because to this point, guys, that's what the Mariners have been. They've been a lemon. They haven't looked anything like what we expected when the season began.
Yeah, and obviously when you go back into last year at the deadline, they did make some moves I think they typically wouldn't have made in acquiring Geno Suarez and Naylor. So, in that, backdrop, would this deadline present any other opportunities to, dramatically improve the roster and dip into that prospect world? And I say, there may be a log jam up the middle with the Mariners with Cole Young and Colt Emerson. So is there a way that they could dip into the prospect world and improve this roster this year, especially knowing that they are one of the best at drafting and developing players?
I mean, that certainly helps, right? When you're trying to decide who to move at the deadline, there are some teams that have thin farm systems that, tend to hoard their prospects because whether it's the financial value and the surplus value that they can bring, or they're concerned that, hey, maybe we actually maybe we can't do this again. That's, it's a normal conversation for teams to have. I think the question with the Red Sox, with the Mariners rather, is more of one is it worth it for the inventory that's out there and for the prices that are going to be asked? I still don't know if the Orioles are going to be trading anyone. They've stayed enough in contention that you can argue that they should hold on to what they've got right now. But if they do move Guy Taylor Ward, right-handed bat, gets on base a lot, has some power, it seems to be a pretty good candidate. A guy like Seiya Suzuki. I don't know that the Cubs are going to move him, but if they need pitching, boy, the Mariners are a pretty pitching-rich organization. Would it make sense to, even though Seiya Suzuki is a free agent going forward, would it make sense to swap maybe a pitcher for Seiya Suzuki? Like, there are opportunities there for the Mariners to improve their team right now, but I almost wonder if they would want to make it the sort of improvement that doesn't cost them prospects, because at least at that point you can turn around and argue, okay, well, if this isn't going to be costing us prospects for the future, then we're not going to be dinging ourselves too badly. And hey, this is like our lottery ticket that we're buying for this year, and maybe this team gets hot.
You know, the voice, ESPN, Jeff Passan with us, talking all things MLB here on Brock and Salk. Jeff, speaking of maybe some rotation logjam and confusion, this piggyback situation that continues to be at the forefront of the news cycle for the Mariners, they went away from it on Saturday. It was going to be Logan Gilbert and Emerson Hancock. Now they're unpiggied or unbacked or whatever you want to describe that as. I don't know. I need a term for unpiggybacking and not piggybacking anymore. But now it's just kind of floating out there. How do you see this situation resolving itself?
Yeah, I guess the term for not piggybacking is walking. That's
sure.
It's not very exciting. I don't know. I don't think it should have been in this situation to begin with. I think they were trying, frankly, to solve for everything, and it's left them in this spot now where they're not coming through on plans. And look, as long as the rotation members are okay with it, I can't sit here and quibble too much about it. I don't mind a team showing flexibility and saying, even though this was our plan, things have changed and we want to be nimble in real time. So just generally speaking, like Logan Gilbert going longer in a game and Emerson Hancock starting like he normally does, I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, but they keep saying, we're going to finish this thing up. What changes after the All-Star break? Like, what actually changes? There's nothing that's any different right now. So, and there's not going to be anything seemingly different then. They could just be kicking the can down the road on this and figuring it's going to resolve itself at one point or another, and biding their time until Kate Anderson and potentially Ryan Sloan are ready to give them the backup that they would need were there to be an injury. But the Mariners have a lot of depth right now, and trading from that depth could be the thing that gets them the piece they want.
I couldn't agree more. Now, as we shift to the offense, that's kind of been, I'd say, the main issue in terms of what's going on this last month. They've definitely lacking the slug. It's seemingly been their bread and butter. They've hit the ball over the fence a long ways these last year or so. But this month it isn't happening, especially coming off a huge May with Julio Rodriguez. Now, as we shift into July, is there a way, or is this just something naturally that happens in the summer where the bats heat up and slugging suddenly shows up? It's certainly something of concern, but have you seen anything from, the core guys, the Cal, Julio, Naylor, Randy, that has shown you why they're not slugging?
Anything specifically to each of them? I mean, Cal Raleigh at this point, it's nice that he's taking walks, but they moved him down in the lineup because he's not slugging. And this team, I think, is going to go at the end of the day as far as its ability to hit the ball over the fence. And when in the month of June, your two best home run hitting players are Dominic Canzone and Cole Young, there might be a problem hitting the ball over the fence. And listen, both of those guys, they're really good players, I think, if you're going to look at them as the context of, in Canzone's case, a guy who hits 5 or 6, and Cole Young's case, a guy who hits more toward the bottom of the lineup, or maybe eventually at the very top, just because Cole Young doesn't ever strike out. But those are not your boppers. Those are not your sluggers. Those are not the guys who are getting paid $20+ million a year like Cal Raleigh, and Josh Naylor's in that vicinity, and Randy Arozarena is going to be, and Julio Rodriguez as well. Those are the guys who need to be your great offensive producers. And when it's Canzone, Young, and Colt Emerson, who have combined for 16 of your 29 home runs, and you've got Randy there with 2, and Naylor there with 3, and Julio there with 2, and Cal there with 1. And I know it's been a short month for Cal Raleigh, but there hasn't been a whole lot of thump all season long. It's going to put a real damper on your offense, and that's where the Mariners find themselves right now.
Hey, Jeff, I know the labor talks are kind of hanging like an ominous cloud over this season, and you reported about some new proposals that MLB put out there recently. The draft one is confusing to me. Can you give us some insight on this? Is this just kind of like a leverage ploy that if the MLBPA says, no, we don't want that, then MLB can take it off the table? But the plan to ban high schoolers from the draft, is that something that we could really see happen moving forward?
Theoretically, sure. I don't understand the problem that it solves. And in situations like this, isn't that what you're looking for? Like when you're doing labor discussions, the conversations that should be had are about the problems that are in the game right now. Mm-hmm. And I don't know anybody who watches baseball who says, they really should get rid of high schoolers out of the draft. I think if it were like the NFL, where there's no professional development system, or even the NBA, and you can talk about the G League, but it's a shadow of what minor league baseball is to MLB, then you might be able to make that kind of an argument. But I think the emergence of guys like Connor Griffin and Colt Emerson this season would suggest that players are coming into the minor leagues as knowledgeable and prepared for big league style baseball, or at least for pro baseball, as they've ever been before. And that the idea that you're going to farm off all of development at ages like 18 and 19 on colleges that development is not their priority. Like, head coaches at colleges want to win. So the idea that they're going to do your development for you, and you're going to get to wait a couple of years essentially to pay guys until they get into your system, I don't know. I just think the logic is a little bit specious. And if you talk with organizations and you talk with baseball operations people, none of them want this to happen. They understand that players do get more physical, and especially when they go to like SEC or ACC schools, they do see better pitching than they have out of high school. But we're not talking about a huge population of players here that would be banned from the draft. And so I just think that a lot of this is a play to make the 26 and 27-year-old free agents who have gotten enormous contracts in the past a relic. And all of this, everything that's done in collective bargaining is an effort by Major League Baseball to bring down its costs and its spend, and everything done by the MLBPA is an effort to get players paid more.
That is exactly it. Now, as optimistic as I am about this Mariners team and where they're at, because I still I'm in full belief that they just haven't peaked yet, and that's not a bad thing. You kind of want to wait to peak towards the end of the year, but is this team and this roster, maybe a move or two away, but are they legitimate World Series contenders?
Yeah, I think they are. I despite the fact that they're at 586 games into the season, when people ask me who the most dangerous teams in the American League are, I say the Yankees and the Mariners. And maybe I need to start giving a little bit more respect to the Rays, because they have sustained this thing, and they actually have a game and a half lead on the Yankees at this point. But I am not out on the Mariners, and I'm not sure I'm going to be, honestly, until they're out of the playoff picture. And I look at Texas right now, and man, they are banged up. And I look at the rest of the American League West with the A's, and I think to myself, none of these teams is better than the Mariners. Like that's the thing about it. I don't think the Astros are better than the Mariners. I don't think the A's are better than the Mariners. I don't think the Rangers are better than the Mariners. And it's just, and I think the Mariners themselves feel the same way. It's just a matter of when is the team that maybe not even the team that we expected in spring training this year, but some version of that team. When are they going to show up? Because when they do, I think the Mariners have a chance to be a rocket ship. But here we are approaching July, and that still hasn't happened.
Well, Jeff, this has. You want to say goodbye here?
Oh, I have one more thing.
Okay.
To Jeff, I think.
You were
first off,
at me like say goodbye.
Thanks for coming on.
It's been a great honor
Jeff.
for you.
Yeah. But in the comical sense of your appreciation for the Fister-Furbush trade, it got me thinking, Jeff. Imagine if you and I had gotten traded for each other. The Passan-Furbush trade. I think it's equally as funny.
That's a great point. I've never thought.
I can imagine you probably had a litany of nicknames you had growing up.
No, I didn't have any.
That's true. We gotta find a way to work that in.
Furbush, it just would have been funny.
That's a great way to bring it back. Good way to bring it back together. Well, Jeff, we appreciate it. I know it's not the normal duo, but thanks for taking the time with us. And I think the crew will be back next Tuesday, so all the shenanigans can resume then.
That's a shame. I really enjoyed Passan-Furbush.
Yes, me too.
We did as well. Thank you, Jeff. We really appreciate the time.
Thank you, boys. Have a great day.
All right. There's ESPN's Jeff Passan. That's a great way to bring that back around there. I had never thought about that either.
Oh, I'm left-handed, so.
Well, you're in the media now.
Sounds like a future radio show there.
I was about to say, you're in the media now, so you two could feasibly work together at some point. If you collaborate on something, we'll have Passan-Furbush.
Let's go.
And there we go. And it doesn't have to be a trade. It could be like a podcast or a collaboration on something. He has a podcast now as well.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll be a guest
Maybe
someday.
a little segment just to giggle at.
There you go. I think you could call it that. A segment just to giggle at. Passan-Furbush. There it is. All right. There's Jeff Passan, entertaining as always. There is a lot to unpack from that conversation. We'll dive into that next here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
This summer, Western Washington drives Toyota, and Toyota brings the heat with electrified choices like the best-selling built in the USA Camry. Its all-hybrid powertrain lets you travel far for fun in the sun. Now through June 30th, get 4.99% APR financing on any new 26 Camry. Or choose a customized lease just for you with approved credit through TFS. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I on a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
The world's game is on display in the Seattle area, and so is your next adventure. At Bellevue Adventures, take on a 7-line zipline tour, a 2-story aerial course, and a 36-foot climbing wall, all just east of the city in Bellevue. Whether you're in town for the matches or you call the East Side home, come climb, zip, and soar this summer. Now through July 6th, use code SOCCER26. That's SOCCER26 for 10% off all general admission. Book today at BellevueAdventures.com.
Summer is here, and it's time to break through your weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and we have a proven system that can help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Whether you need a nutrition plan to complement your GLP injections, or you're like many of our clients who don't want to worry about ongoing monthly costs, giving yourself shots, or uncomfortable side effects. Either way, our program provides the support, accountability, and structured nutrition plan so you can achieve your results for the long term. Schedule your free phone consult at eastsideweightlossklinik.com.
Look, this plan does work. It's Mike Salk here, and I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to lose 35 pounds. Just recently, I heard about one of our listeners who lost 40 pounds. How about that? The plan will teach you lifelong habits to continue eating the food you love while losing weight.
We've helped over 4,000 people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Come to our clinic in Kirkland or do the program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinik.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
June is National Homeowners Month, and new research is revealing how Americans compare to homeowners around the world. With more, here's Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie.
Our survey found that nearly half of U.S. homeowners stay on top of maintenance before problems happen. 49% say they take a proactive approach to home maintenance, and 72% renovate to maintain their home's condition. Homeowners are clearly focused on protecting and improving what they have.
The survey also found that Americans take a hands-on approach to caring for their homes, from staying ahead of maintenance to investing in updates that keep homes comfortable and functional.
Homeowners can focus on maintenance to help prevent bigger issues over time. Simple things like changing air filters, checking for leaks, and creating small repair budgets can help prevent bigger issues later. And remember, home should work for your everyday life. So focus on projects that improve comfort and functionality.
To learn more, visit Angie.com. That's ANGI.com.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. Got another hour. We'll turn you over to Bump and Stacy. What'd you think of your first Jeff Passan experience?
Loved it. Love Jeff. He's a great media member for baseball, and he loves baseball as much as the players do, man.
I really loved his perspective on how he kind of goes about breaking trade news, because you have that personal story,
right,
that's relevant and kind of resonated with him. And then he said he's going to call it the Furbush addendum or something like that, right? But
yes,
it is fascinating to an extent that so often in talking about a performance in a game, because we're fans and we break things down, we forget about the human aspect of things, that life can affect a lot of what goes on in the field. I'm sure, like, as professionals, you guys do your best and you know how to block things out and you know how to compartmentalize. But if you're dealing with the upheaval of, I just got traded, my whole life is different now, where am I going to live? How am I going to get there? Where's all my stuff? And then you found out secondhand, that's got to sit with you, right? Like, how long did it take you to get over the fact that you got traded and you didn't even hear from your agent or your team first?
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, man, and I'm a big believer in putting things in perspective, and at that time, it really told me and cemented the idea that I have no control, and I was a rookie at the time, so I just made it up to the big leagues 2.5 months in, and at the end of the day, it felt like, okay, then my life can be pulled in so many different directions. I could get traded, I could get released. There's so many things, and I realized that the only thing that I can control is my effort, my attitude, and my performance on the field. Everything else doesn't matter. Try to take care of my own business. Do the right thing and work hard, and even realize to the point when I'm pitching that once the ball leaves my hand, I have no control. I don't know what's going to happen. Right? I threw the ball, and I'm hoping it does what it does, and I'm hoping he swing and misses, but there's a lot of unpredictability that goes on. So it really gave me a perspective of being uncomfortable with not knowing and not having any sort of predictability. So being able to stay present and whatnot, but it is a complicated thing. You don't want to get traded. I remember at the time it was like Jeff said, you have these relationships, you have friendships, and it's just suddenly, see ya. I'll see you later. I don't know when I'll see you, but we'll stay in touch. And it's, not that you lose friendships entirely, but certainly is a lot to take on in that human side of things. And, as for me, this was mid-season. Sometimes things have an off-season, but, I was, fortunate that at the time I didn't have a family to bring around. That's another thing. If you have a wife and kids and now they all have to hop on a plane, they got to pack up the whole thing, and it can get pretty crazy. And at the deadline, you end up, I think they've done a better job over the time, because I think if this happened today, I probably would have not been on a flight that night and then pitching the next day, which was the day game.
And then you have to pitch.
Yeah, so
you have to go perform.
Right, and I thought I was getting traded to be a starter because I got traded for Doug Fister, who was a starter, and I had been a starter my whole life. And then, sure enough, I get over to Seattle, and they're like, "No, you're gonna pitch out of the bullpen today." So I show up, I land that night at 10:30. I get to the hotel over by in South Lake Union. Got to view the Space Needle. Next day it's raining, and I'm like, oh, perfect. Yeah, Seattle rains. Great. Here we go, And then I walk into the clubhouse thinking it'll be like, all right, here's the intro, meet the team, meet the coaches, get your, logistics down. You're definitely not going to pitch today. And I go into the Eric Wedge's office. He's like, hey, you're going to pitch an inning today out of the bullpen. And I was just like, this is the craziest thing in the world.
I don't even know where the bullpen is.
It's what is happening right now? I don't even know if I'm a starter or reliever, right? What is happening? And, of course, we're playing the Rays that day, and I ended up giving up. And to this day, without a doubt, that was the most nervous I had ever been on a baseball field that first day pitching in Seattle, because I was like, oh, my God, they traded for me. They wanted. I have to pitch so good. They wanted me. Oh my gosh! And what happens? I give up a home run that first appearance, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is just. And I get out of it, 1 run, 1 inning, whatever. Get called into the office after the game, and I'm like thinking, no way, they're gonna send me down to Tacoma.
Oh no,
no. Yeah. After one, and sure enough, they ended up moving me to the rotation, which ultimately was an experiment failed. So as a failed starter, moved to the bullpen the next year. But yeah, a lot that is unpredictable, man.
I was going to say, that really stood out to me, your personal story, and then how Passan now kind of weighs when he's deciding whether to break news. And then when he said this here about the Mariners, and it's going to be the big question over this next month. All right, how much do you give up at the trade deadline? Because you are right in the thick of it. We haven't been overwhelmingly dominant, but here was Passan breaking down what the Mariners are probably deciding on over this next month before the trade deadline.
This Mariners team, we're more than halfway through the season right now, and this has been a 500 team, as simple as that, as average as you can possibly get. And is that a team where giving up a prospect to go chase something this year is worth it? I think you can make the argument for the Mariners that it is, and the argument is that, we can pitch with anyone. And if we can pitch with anyone, we're going to be in games. And if we're in games in a league as wide open as the American League right now, where the best team is clearly the New York Yankees, and they just got swept for 4 games by one of the worst teams in the Boston Red Sox this week. If that can happen, then surely we should absolutely push on this season.
Well, Charlie, that's why I liked your question there at the end. Just laid it out there plainly. Are they a World Series contender? And Jeff said, yeah, they are, especially in the American League. So with that in mind, you've kind of been on this side, and I was like, maybe you hold on to Selleson. You don't trade him. Perhaps he's untouchable. But if that's what it takes, and the Mariners think they can win the World Series this year, it feels like, hey, maybe you have to do that in order to make a move to win this year with how wide open the American League is.
Yeah, I think it's certainly worth considering, looking at everything, as intently as you can, and then trying to set yourself up for success. I think at the end of the day, it's just what will forever be looming is when the Mariners finally make the World Series. Like, it's just, they're the only team that's never been there. So I think to knock that check that box off would be huge. So, and I think knowing where they were last year, how close they were, knowing that, you will be in a position in the future to have to invest into your team, and who of the starting rotation is here. What does the team look like in years to come? Is this the window that's open that you want to jump in and say all in? I certainly feel that way. The way right now is that, yeah, you probably want to push your chips all in, and I think that it's still in the backdrop. Like, you draft and develop so well, like that if you were to get rid of some of these, higher end ranked prospects, is the return on your investment now worth it? I think a perfect example is how the A's and the Padres made a deal last year. And what happens? The A's trade away their closer, Mason Miller, who is arguably the best closer in the game, and the Padres had to give up their number one prospect in DeVries. Mm-hmm. So now, is DeVries going to be on the team next year and maybe 2 years from now? I don't know. But clearly the Padres are really liking the idea that, Mason Miller's coming out of the ninth. So is there a way to look at it that way and say, okay, yeah, we are going to maybe bank or sacrifice future success of a player, but we improve our roster today, and at the end of the day, we need to win this year. We are in a window that is open, and especially what you mentioned with the AL West and the American League, it is as open as it's ever been in a lot of ways. So if you can find a way to improve your team, I don't see why you wouldn't.
Yeah, the American League is kind of garbage right now, let's be honest, especially with the Yankees having just gotten swept. So it's right there if you can find some momentum. And by the way, Mason Miller, who's been so unhittable, guess who he just allowed a walk-off hit to last night? Seiya Suzuki. So when Passan brought him up, I was like, you know what? Hey, if you have to pay a premium for him, that's a great right-handed bat you can put in this lineup. It would bring you pop. It would bring you that maybe boost that you got from Naylor and from Suarez last year. That would be the closest thing I can think of to, okay, that's who you give a big prospect for.
Yeah, and when you look at just the overall ranking, the Mariners have been in like the top 5 prospect rankings for quite some time. They've done really, really well. So if you were to drop back in that ranking in baseball, but it in turn got you a World Series appearance and potential win, it would be a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's going to be the storyline for the next month. The trade deadline is August 3rd, so you have some time. And if you missed the part where Jeff Passan said, look, it's going to go all the way to the deadline because there are so many teams in contention. That's the downside of the American League being so pedestrian, is that everyone's in it. I mean, you look at these teams that are well below 500, they're within games of a wild card spot. So hopefully some things start to kind of sift out and you get teams that will start to sell off, below 500 teams starting to sell off. But right now, everyone is pretty much in it. So might have to wait till August 1st, 2nd, or even hours before that deadline. But a lot of talk still coming around the trade deadline. We have to get to some injury updates. There are some key injury updates for the Mariners. We'll catch you up on everything that happened yesterday and how it affects them moving forward. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
All right, summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and you can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st. If you need a laugh, comedy legend David Spade visits on August 15th, or you can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. All the tickets are at snocasino.com. You can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey there, Dawn Riling from Olympic Hot Tub with exciting news. Our mid-year clearance event is on. You'll score big savings on all in-stock saltwater hot tubs and fabulous saunas. Plus, deep discounts on newly released floor model swim spas. These deals are incredible. But don't wait. Our mid-year clearance ends June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
June is Men's Health Month, and Swedish Cyberknife is encouraging men to talk about their own health with family members and medical professionals. Swedish Cyberknife can effectively treat conditions like prostate cancer, which can run in the family. Swedish Cyberknife requires only 5 short treatments, each lasting less than an hour. To learn more about Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission. The Mariners' 50th season is underway, and it's not too late to come on board as a season ticket member. Lock in your Mariners Flex plan and choose your games, seats, and number of tickets as you go all year long. 6 seats in the bleachers one night and 2 right behind the Mariners dugout the next. It's all up to you. Plus, you still get all the perks of being a member, like guaranteed postseason access and discounts of 10% or more on tickets with no fees. Join the team today at mariners.com/flex.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
We have some actual sports news. We don't always get this early in the morning. Usually it's the Bump and Stacy show, the show of news breaking. I think anytime they don't get to break news, they get a little jealous. So it's nothing Mariners or Seahawks related. Charlie was really excited about it. I don't know if most people here will be entertained. It's still a very anti-NBA crowd until the NBA returns here to Seattle. Sonic shirt. See him rocking on.
I know.
So in that vein, LeBron has told the Lakers he's not going to play with them moving forward. He is a free agent, and it sounds like, according to the ESPN NBA reporters, the Golden State Warriors are pursuing LeBron James to pair him with Steph Curry.
And Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. And all the old guys.
It's amazing.
But you're excited about this.
I know. He's just he's a freak of nature athletically. You know, I think that we get to witness greatness and you know, guys that play into their 40s is so rare. So when you're still doing it at that level and successful, it's hard not to be impressed just a little, even for all the non-basketball fans here.
So there you go. We kind of broke some news today, and then the first thing you need to know there.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I do get a little jealous, I got to be honest, when the other show can break news.
You let jealousy win?
Yeah, so I was glad we could break some news.
Come on, don't be emotionally weak, dude.
No, it's more of like you want to thrive in that moment. You're like, yes, you see something big happening. Your eyes get big. Here we go. Stacy even kind of gears up for it and makes a big show of it, because then that's going to be the promo that everyone hears, that splashes out everywhere all over our social media. One day, Charlie, maybe on the Passan Furbush show, you guys will get to break some significant Mariners news. But until then, we break some somewhat NBA news. I don't know. It's like summer NBA news. But yeah, anyway, past that. The other thing you need to know, the Mariners, Game 2 of the series tonight against the Angels. Brian Wu on the mound, 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame show. Charlie, I kind of put kind of sneaky importance on this game. And yes, you did last night as well. But this is the situation the Mariners have found themselves in each of the past few series. They've won the first game. They've been unable to win the second, and then unable to win the third. I would love to see that momentum continue. They're at home. You like to think it's different. But what do you need to see out there tonight from, Wu or anyone in the lineup to make sure that happens and they win this series?
Yeah, I think the offense, obviously it was great to see some slug last night. Some big homers from Canzone and 2 from Rick Young, but they only got 6 hits collectively. So I think in that vein, I'd love to see some more offense overall, continue the slug. But this to me feels like a classic, I'm going to say it, double-digit strikeout performance from Brian Wu. It feels like he's going to pitch with a vengeance, and we've seen this happen in the past, right? Because of these weird splits he's going through, where he has a rough one on the road and then comes at home and just dominates. So I think it's another outing against a relatively weaker lineup in the American League where he goes out and shoves.
I will say that's a good call, because last year against the Angels on back-to-back nights, Brian Wu and then George Kirby struck out 13 and 14. Kirby had a great outing last night. Maybe Wu replicating what he did last September 13th when he struck out 13 Angels at home, by the way, in a win for the Mariners. He does that again. There's the little prediction going on from Charlie there.
I can't decide if it's going to be 10 or 11.
Oh, okay. We got about 40 minutes, so firm up an answer before we go off the air. Let everyone know listening, and then we will hold you to that moving forward.
All right, sounds good.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
There was a lot of World Cup action last night. Is this where I bring up again why PKs are dumb? I don't know. Some people want to chirp back at me. I understand the practicality. Like in soccer, the field is massive. You can't play endlessly. I just would like some alternative to penalty kicks, because in other sports, you change the way you do overtime when a knockout is on the line, or when it's an elimination thing. In a regular season, if this is normal league play or whatever, sure, go to PKs. There's got to be a way, maybe like 7-on-7 for soccer, where you're still running a lot, but you still have congestion out there. Something where you're still in the flow of play. Anyway, so 2 matches ended in penalty kicks last night in the World Cup. That's why I'm on this soapbox. But it was dramatic, sure. It's just a lot of standing around, punctuated by brief moments of excitement. The big news, obviously, in the upset, and I promise you I'd get back to this one, we had the benefit and the luxury of when you have a World Cup, you have a lot of international broadcasts, and we have the Telemundo call of a big knockout win in penalty kicks.
Paraguay está en octavos. Si tapa Neuer, hola abuela, seguimos. Viene Canales. ¡Gol! Paraguay se clasifica. Paraguay se clasifica a los octavos de final de la Copa del Mundo 2026. Paraguay hizo el milagro. Paraguay aguantó hasta el final.
Yeah, Paraguay beats Germany. In case your Spanish is a little rusty. Mine's a little rusty. I think I got the gist of that, though.
Mi español es bueno.
Yours is, that sentence, yes, that leads me to believe your Spanish is very good.
That's right.
I think I will say this. Soccer lends itself to some incredible calls. So from a broadcasting perspective, I appreciate what you can do with the word goal. You can't do that in baseball. You can't really do that in football.
But you're saying you'd rather see a real goal than a shootout goal.
Yeah.
And would the call be better as well? I mean, that was a really good call right there.
No, but think about the build-up. Think about how good normal goal calls are just in, like, the 50th minute when they score a goal. Because that excitement starts to build up all of a sudden. Then you build into it instead of just static. There's the punctuation. You get that slow, gradual build.
Mm-hmm.
From a broadcasting perspective, I don't think that's why they're going to change their entire format. But these are the things I think about.
Now I'm thinking about another way of doing a different penalty kick. Maybe, what if it was like corner kicks? You know? You'd send the corner kick in.
Hey, people can text in.
You know?
Let's find a way to fix soccer.
Because then everyone's playing and it's half court, so.
Is anyone here a diehard soccer fan? Like, for me, it's fine because I'm a casual fan, so it makes me more interested. Like, if I was a purist, I might not like it.
But reigning MLS champion Sounders. Come on.
I'm a sport purist, so I'm annoyed. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
That, the way the sport is played, keep playing it that way.
I like the shootout in hockey because you get to kind of see some crazy shots made by them.
But you don't do a shootout in the playoffs, so they change their format, just like baseball. You don't put a runner on at second. I feel like I'm repeating myself over again, but you guys all know this. You don't put a runner on at second.
No, but it's a sport you don't watch religiously, so it makes it more fun.
They shouldn't have lax standards, though, because of that. Most people watch it religiously all over the world.
You shouldn't care this deeply.
Yeah, you know the things I dig in on, Maura. I don't know. I care about things.
You do.
Yeah.
All right. I like the corner kick idea, though.
I know.
You know,
well, let's try to flesh that out. Yeah, we'll figure out something. Let's draw a little bit deeper into this corner kick idea.
We'll get there.
All right. Well, I think Ryan Divish hates soccer, so we'll ask him about that. He joins us next. We have some Mariners questions as well. He joins us here. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. a lot. And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
All right, summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and you can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st. If you need a laugh, comedy legend David Spade visits on August 15th, or you can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. All the tickets are at snocasino.com. You can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Every day, caregivers change lives. Caregiving offers flexibility, rewarding work, and the chance to make a real difference in your community. If you've been a caregiver before, now is the perfect time to return to this meaningful career and continue making an impact. Washington needs more caregivers, and your compassion, work ethic, and ability to connect with people could be the answer. Turn your care for others into a career you'll love. Visit caregivercareerswa.com for resources and support to start or return to your caregiving career today.
Sponsored by DSHS and aired by the WSAB in this station.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, about done here on a Tuesday, but before we wrap it up, we have to close out in style, Charlie. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. We bring in this guy that always makes things more entertaining. Always great to catch up with him. And on video, you can see him as well if you're watching on our YouTube stream on our Seattle Sports website. Ryan Divish of the Seattle Times is with us. Ryan, good morning. You look great, man. Thanks for joining us on video.
Oh yeah, the reason I do the video is because my cell phone is really bad. I need to get a new one, and I need to get one with like larger font too, because I can't actually read the font on my cell phone very well. That's why sometimes my tweets don't make sense. Well, they generally don't make sense, but sometimes like I'll have a typo or something because I can't really see my screen very well. But yeah, I have reading glasses. I just am in denial. So I figured the video would be better because the audio is better. And I've thrown my phone a lot too in a fit of rage and slammed it down. So I need to get a new phone.
Well, this makes sense. I mean, don't read the texts or tweets and you're probably better off. I mean, Charlie, for some reason, wanted to learn about our text line. I said, that's a terrible idea, but here you go. So now he's diving into all the madness. It involves soccer right now. I made the mistake of just kind of mentioning soccer, and all the soccerites are out. I know you probably feel the same way as most of us, but it makes sense. Right? I was trying to attempt to fix soccer, and then all these people are like, no, you don't get it.
I'm not a soccer fan. I don't know if I'm Salk. I like to make fun of soccer fans at some point. I call them socceristas. To me, it's like, I'm a casual fan. Like, I'll watch the World Cup if it's on. I don't really care one way or the other. I don't get excited. I did joke that if the U.S. lost, it wouldn't hurt my feelings because then we wouldn't have to deal with all the chaos next week. But to me, it's like there are some soccer fans that if you don't love it the way they love it, or if you're not into it as much as they're into it, then you're somehow a lesser sports fan because of it. You know, it's kind of like the old school baseball fan versus the analytical fan and versus everyone else they're just dug in on sides, which is stupid. Like, it's just stupid. Like, you can enjoy the game whatever way you want. Like, I don't know. Soccer would probably be a lot cooler if you could tackle people and use your hands. I don't like put some out. To me, it's like, it's fine. I actually, the first, when I was at the college newspaper in Missoula or University of Montana, that was the first thing I ever covered was the women's soccer team. They were really good. And the coach basically had to talk to me like I was a 3-year-old. Like, I didn't get soccer for dummies or football for dummies, but I probably should have because I had no idea what was going on.
Well, Ryan, with that logic, let's get into some Mariners talk and some good insight that I'm sure you will have. That's why we always appreciate you coming on here. With all the injuries going on, and we got those updates from Justin Hollander yesterday, when it comes to someone like a Matt Brash or even a Cooper Crystal, and he said, hey, they're going to be out till, mid-August at least there. And you look at the bullpen, we know they have been short in the bullpen at times. Does that kind of change or affect how you think the piggyback should be implemented or not implemented? Or what do you think happens now that we saw them go away from it on Saturday?
I don't think really anything changes. They may do it one more time before the break. They may not. I think they wouldn't mind getting these guys the extra day if they can slot it properly to get guys extra days. I think we saw what the extra day meant to Emerson Hancock. He was able to go 98. There are a lot of people who probably felt he should have went about 105 to try and get that last out. We saw George Kirby get an extra day. He went 100 last night. To me, the whole strategy was a long-term based strategy with goals of keeping guys stretched out. And also, like, on some level, underlying level, maybe it's to keep Luis Castillo stretched out to maximize his trade value if that's what you're looking to do. But it was a long-term strategy with not definable goals when, baseball fans and the players live in the moment of every day and every game. And that you can't measure that. All you can measure usually is the negative aspects of it with the piggyback. But, I don't, like, in the list of things that are a problem with the Mariners and why they've been, just frustratingly mediocre, I think the piggyback and Rob Refsnyder's presence are like two of the smallest things. Like, I told somebody the other day when they were just demanding that they swap out Refsnyder, I was like, look, it's like you're fighting a forest fire and you're going to a 16-ounce cup instead of a 12-ounce cup of water. I mean, there are reasons for they're not producing offensively or not Rob Refsnyder. He's part of the problem, but he's a smaller part of the problem than I think a lot of people perceive. But we focus, media and fans tend to focus on certain things that they just dislike or don't understand. And then that becomes the preeminent when I think the obvious thing is this team will go as far as Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, and probably Randy Arozarena carry them. Like they're treading water right now because Dom Canzone and Cole Young and guys you maybe weren't expecting to get major contributions for are producing, while these other guys are not per se.
Yeah. As we shift to just the messaging overall from, Dan Wilson, and he seemingly has settled in, and he's kind of, I think, done a pretty good job of handling this adversity this first half. Now, what do you think some of the strengths that he's bringing inside that clubhouse that most people don't see every day?
Well, I think, and I'm sure it angers fans a lot that he's so like matter of fact and just kind of, like same line pulse. He doesn't get too angry or too happy. He just kind of is in the middle. Like, yeah, when they lose, he says tough one tonight. And when they win, yeah, it says great ball game. It's like he's consistent that way. And I think that's sometimes what the players really like. I think that's one of his biggest strengths is he doesn't get reactionary to the moment or to mistakes. He handles it internally, whether it's Randy doing some crazy stuff on the bases last year and stealing bases with Cal at the plate, even something like Naylor the other day, getting confrontational. They'll talk to him and say, hey, look, that's probably not how we want to do this kind of stuff. But like, I think they handle it internally. He protects his guys. And I think players respect that. I think one thing that happened towards the end of Scott's tenure was that he really wore the losses and the struggles, and it started to wear on players a little bit, at least, in talking with them, that they got kind of frustrated because he was so reactionary to stuff. And they don't want that because Charlie, you experienced this. Nobody, as much as fans might be mad at you about screwing up in a game, or your manager or the general manager, nobody wears screwing up in a game more than the player itself. Like most Major League Baseball players were the best players on their team growing up. They were always the best player. And when they mess up or they do something wrong or they're struggling and they're doing it in front of lots of people, it hurts them. Doesn't matter how much money they make. Well, maybe just some guys, but like the most genuine competitive guys, you don't get to that level without caring about how you perform on a daily basis. So I think Dan's biggest strength is not allowing the bad times to overtake the team. For him, he puts a lot of faith in the players. He's basically given the players the clubhouse, and that's what they wanted. They wanted control of it. They wanted control of their own messaging, and I think we're seeing that messaging get a little bit better because this catcher is back. The catcher is back, and he is a big part of their messaging. But Julio does it as well. We've seen him get on Randy a couple of times, stuff like that. I think that's Dan's biggest strength, is not being too overwrought or too heavy-handed in about how he handles things, and he doesn't allow the emotions of a win or loss to affect how he does stuff, including talking to us, which unfortunately isn't always enjoyable because it's tough to write about sometimes.
Hey, Ryan, when you talk about this lineup and, even staying kind of level-headed, someone like Cole Young, his emotions rarely seem to change. He never looks like the moment's too big for him. And somehow he's become kind of the most indispensable person on this Mariners roster. He's played in every single game this season. Has that kind of surprised you? I mean, I know he came in as a first-round draft pick and a highly touted prospect, but to see his jump from last year to this season, what has stood out about what he's done?
Well, obviously, like the physical changes. Last year he was really exposed defensively. He was tentative. He played not to make mistakes. And then offensively, he got exposed by the high fastball and upper-level velocity. He went in and attacked them in this offseason. I've seen kind of his pregame for velo. They crank up the little hack attack machine to as high as it'll go, and they put it about 50 feet from him or 45 feet, and they just ratchet it up. And he's late to start with, and he gets on time and starts pounding baseballs. The movement defensively, I think, is better. The confidence defensively is better. I think all of that is big. I think the biggest thing for me, he had such a hot start to April. And if you look at his May numbers, they weren't great. The league adjusted. They started throwing a ton of spin. They started throwing them away on the outside edges, trying to steal strikes that maybe weren't in his approach. And what we've seen in the last few weeks is that he's adjusted back. Last year, he couldn't adjust to what teams were attacking him with. He didn't have maybe the experience or the understanding. This year he does. And I think that's the biggest thing. Like, you talk to Colt and Cole, and they're very different in how they talk. Colt's going to be like, dude, bro, like, I got my approach, man. And then, like, he's straight Spicoli from Fast Times. Like honestly, sometimes talking to Cole, it reminds me of talking to Brandon Maurer, you remember him,
Oh
Charlie?
yeah, big time.
Just kind of, oh yeah, bro, man, yeah, just like a surfer dude.
Yeah,
Although
like carrying a
Cole's from
surfboard
Pittsburgh.
with him. Yeah.
yeah, but Cole's from Pittsburgh. And then meanwhile, Colt is like the most serious human being I've ever been around. Like he's like the cross between Corey and Kyle Seager in terms of intensity and like poker face and everything else. But he's the same way. Like, we've seen Colt struggle a little bit at times. We don't see him struggle like for 3 straight games because he'll adjust. But like Colt just says, it doesn't matter how they attack me. I have an approach that I think is going to work, and I'm going to stick with it until it's shown that it doesn't have success. I think that just doesn't happen for big leaguers anymore. I was there. I mean, God, I've been covering this team for so long, 2006. I watched Dustin Ackley fall apart mentally because he just kept shifting approaches and swings and what he wanted to do and went away from who he was and what made him good. And he could never get it back. And we see that with hitters all the time. And these two kids have been very stubborn to who they are and what they've been trying to do. I mean, in that way, they're ahead of what Julio was like when he first came up, because we saw Julio do a whole bunch of different stuff. But these kids have really stayed true to who they are. And I think that's why they're having the success that they're having. And like, it's noticeable, like the double plays and the stuff up the middle and the stuff that Colt is getting to. I mean, it's made a huge difference. And you knew it would. Like, he is not like Ozzie Smith defensively, but he's 20. He's got 20-year-old legs. He moves like a 20-year-old, and that makes a huge difference.
Without a doubt. I mean, you've been covering the team so long, you saw me fail as a starter, Divish. So, you saw that up and close.
when you were telling that story, one, and I laughed at Furbush Fister so much, just like how the Tacoma Rainiers have a guy named Blake Rambush and a guy named Miles Mastrobuoni. Like, okay, this is where we're at in life. I'm a 7th grader at times. I remember those days. And you know what the one thing was? And I'm sure Charlie kind of attests this organization now in this front office is so much more kind of like organized and direct in how they want to do stuff. And players come in and they know, and they sit down with them and they tell them this plan and what they think. And I feel like in past years, there wasn't that level of transparency and continuity. And even like with Jerry DiPoto and stuff, if you remember the Kendall Graveman trade and some of those other things where it felt like Jerry was kind of aloof, I think it's been a lot better. I give credit to Justin Hollander because he's been kind of the go-between a lot of times between the front office and the players. But I do think that, like, in terms of like players' roles, when a player is acquired, everything like that, it is improved. And I think they've had a better idea kind of how they want to do stuff. Like when they go out, like with Charlie, they would have said from the very beginning, like Pete Woodworth and Trent Blank, they'd have sat him down, Joel Furman, they're pitching nerds. And they would have said, okay, look, this slider is ridiculous, but you don't throw it enough in this count where we think you can get this guy out. We're going to do this more. This is what we want you to focus on. And if you push back, they'll say, well, you can focus on it at AAA or you can focus on it at the big league level. That's your choice.
Oh, that's so true. But I'm curious now as we approach the All-Star game, who in your mind is going to get the All-Star nod? It seems like there's a couple contenders on this team, but it could go a variety of ways.
Yeah, I mean, I really, right now, it's probably just Randy. I mean, I think Cole Young has an outside chance. Julio has an outside chance. And I was talking with Adam Jude yesterday, like, would Julio go again? Or would he use the All-Star break to refresh and reset because it was so big for him last year? I think Cal Raleigh will use the All-Star break to his advantage. We don't really know because, like, so many guys opt out for different reasons, health reasons. And, then you have pitchers that can't go because of when their start day is. So, it could be like the entire Toronto Blue Jays roster will be on the team based on the voting that we've seen. But, no, I think it'll be Randy for certain. He'll be their one rep and then go from there. But, it isn't like last year or in years past where there were multiple guys who said, oh, they deserve to be in. Like it, the Mariners as a whole have not really produced very much individually. You look at this team and them being 500 and, being in the, right around the top of the AL West and, basically been at the top of the AL West for a month before the other day. Like, you kind of wonder how they do it. It's all been pitching, but then you look at the pitching and you're like, oh my God, not one of them has truly dominated. either. Logan had that rough stretch. George had a rough stretch. I mean, probably their most consistent guy has been Bryce, and I think he's made like 5 starts. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. I did a story the other day on 81 games at the 81 game point. Last year, at the 81 game point last year, Logan had thrown 9 games, George had thrown 7, and I think Bryce had thrown 10. I mean, that's the difference. You're talking about Logan Evans had made more starts, I think, than George in the first half of last season. Now all these guys have posted other than Bryce, and I think that's been huge.
Ryan, when you talk about things that maybe we look at moving forward, you mentioned yesterday, you noted that Brendan Donovan was doing outfield drills. He was out there in, I think, did you say left field? I want to make sure I get that right specifically. Yeah. So he was doing work out there in left field. What could you envision his role being when he does get back? And I know that's kind of an indeterminate timeline, but whenever he gets back, what do you see happening with Brendan Donovan?
He'll be what they call the super utility guy. They'll get him ABs 5 days a week at different positions, whether it's third base, second base, first base, or either the corner outfield spots. I don't know. I've never really seen him play outfield, but Randy ain't winning no Gold Gloves out in left field. So, and I think what we're seeing because of how dinged up and how the injuries and stuff, I mean, Randy had played in every single game, pretty much almost every single inning of every game when he came down with a hamstring issue. And, that's going to happen. He's 30. You play that much, it's going to happen. Cole Young has played, I think, almost every inning of every game. So, getting guys an opportunity to get some rest will keep them healthy. We're going to see some attrition. Luke Raley could still go on the injured list today or tomorrow. If that elbow doesn't, or that forearm doesn't come around, they can retro it to the last time he played, and we could still see that. So there are opportunities for them to make it work. Or, I think, again, it's kind of like the piggyback situation or the starter situation. Having too many good players and trying to find playing time for them is not a bad problem. So, but I mean, right now, it's looking like Brendan probably won't be back till sometime after the All-Star break. And, they're smart to make sure he gets healthy, doesn't re-injure it again, but it'll be a good piece to add to them after the break. Because, people are all talking about the trade market, and I know our columnist Mike Varell is writing about it today, I think, and Adam's written about it before. It's not going to be a great trade market, and I heard Jeff talk about it, because most teams are in it, and the teams that are selling aren't traditionally teams that sell very much. We'll see what the Rockies do with the new GM, but for all the fits that the Baltimore Orioles and the Mariners have had all over the years, where they really needed, Baltimore really needed starting pitching, and the Mariners wanted some of their position players, the trades never happen because their GM just doesn't really operate the way that the Mariners want to operate when it comes to trade. So I know they're going to try and get a reliever, at least one. They were going to do that before Matt Brash got hurt. Now they may get more.
Yep, that was the next question I was going to ask you was about, Brash and the relievers, because as we were talking earlier, now Brash has been hurt twice now this year, and he has been such a huge part of the bullpen and really does an immense job bridging that gap to Munoz. And now that we found out that it may not be till early mid-August, most likely after the deadline, how much importance are you putting on the Mariners to acquire a reliever before the deadline hits?
Yeah, they have to get at least one. And I don't know that it'll be a marquee name, but you trust your pitching guys to fix guys that are maybe struggling. Somebody like Lucas Urseg, who was the closer for the Royals last year, maybe you look at it, the underlying numbers, or like they say, under the hood, and say, okay, we can fix this guy. And I mean, he has had success. I don't know what the status of Ryan Walker with the Giants is, but he was really good for a while there. You're talking about the Giants, the Rockies, maybe the Orioles, Twins, who don't have a great bullpen. So you're looking maybe the Tigers, depending on what they do. There's not a lot of teams that are going to be selling, and everybody needs reliever help right now. So the Mariners are going to have to be they're going to have to give up somebody to get a good reliever. Obviously, you still have Sloan and Kate Anderson down below that maybe you can do something with them in terms of making them a reliever late, but you wouldn't do that until probably September. So yeah, I don't really know. It's tough. I mean, I really like Matt Brash, and I think his stuff is nasty. It's closer stuff, but to close, you have to be able to post, and that's been Matt's biggest problem. And, they need another leverage guy. We saw it, however Dan uses them, which people don't like, the bigger issue is there's just not that extra right-hander that they like to have in the to go with Bizardo, Spire, Ferrer, and Mooney.
Ryan, we just have a few minutes left, but with what you mentioned, how it might be costly, and Charlie was kind of getting into that. Outside of those two pitchers, outside of Cade and Sloan, any of those other prospects untouchable to you right now?
I would want to say probably Felneen, because like if you're gonna trade Felneen and given the year he's had and all the potential he has, that's probably like an off-season trade where you're getting like an aircraft carrier. You know, you're putting him in a package to get a real dude. So I don't know that they would dangle him out there like that. The one thing is like you have to trust your internal scouting of who these players are and what they're going to be. And then that's when you determine whether you're ready to move on from them or not. Like, you know, Noelvi Marte has had some decent years with the Reds, but at the same time, what Luis Castillo gave them over the time that he's been a Mariner has been more. And Noelvi could be something, but like at the time they kind of looked at Noelvi and said they knew he wasn't a shortstop. He was kind of resistant to moving to third base or the outfield. And they didn't think he was kind of like the same personality as Julio, everybody, even though there was comps to it. So maybe they move on. You know, obviously Michael Arroyo is a name that the Mariners fans love. He doesn't have a position. He's not good defensively. He's never been good defensively. And there's some doubt as to whether he could ever be good defensively at any position, whether it's left field, it's definitely not second base. Laz Montes still has strikeout issues. You know, like those guys, are they really part of your future, or are you willing to move on? Because like as what Jeff was talking about, whether or not you go all in or not, you certainly don't do that thing they used to do where you buy and sell at the same time, although I could still see it happening. But they have to figure out they have sold the fan base and this team on the idea that they're there to compete. You don't sign Josh Naylor in the offseason and trade for Brendan Donovan and do all these different things and then not continue to push at the deadline. You have to push within reason. And I just think the market won't allow them to push beyond. It's not like they're going to dump 6 guys for Skubal, because I just don't know that that's just where it's going to be. But I think we'll know more in the next week or two. But like teams like the Orioles, and we know the Red Sox are selling. Twins, what are they doing? You know, some of these teams, they have to make up a decision here in the next week, and it will be right down to the very last minute, which is miserable. That day is just absolutely miserable. Like Salk gets so giddy. It's like he's getting a personal Rush concert in his house, and it's just the day is just exhausting.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, thank you. We appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Take it easy, guys.
All right. There's Ryan Divish from the Seattle Times. Charlie, flew by again, man. Thanks. Been a lot of fun.
Is it already over?
Yeah, it's already over.
Come
man.
on.
I know you wanted to go for like 2 more hours. So we got to turn over to Bump and Stacy. They're up next here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used. Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
June is Men's Health Month. Swedish Cyberknife is encouraging men to break the stigma and talk about their own health with family members and medical professionals. Dave Wyman here. Find out about your family medical history, as conditions like prostate cancer can increase your risk. When detected early, prostate cancer has several viable treatment options. One of the most effective treatment methods for prostate cancer is offered at Swedish Medical Center right here in Seattle. Swedish Cyberknife requires only 5 short treatment sessions, each lasting less than an hour. It's non-surgical, non-invasive, and patients can typically maintain their usual day-to-day lives. This June, during Men's Health Month, make sure to place an emphasis on discussing your health with family and medical professionals. Ask about family history of medical conditions or disease. To learn more about Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. And summer in Western Washington, you know it means trips to the beach, summer barbecues, little golf, that vacation maybe you've been looking forward to. Well, when you take those pictures this summer, don't you want to look and feel your very best? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help, and trust me, you can do this so fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks, 35 pounds after 8 weeks. How about that? There's time, so what are you waiting for? Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what to expect. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery. You're eating all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You will lose weight, and you will look and feel your very best. That feeling, it's just on the other end of your 15-minute consult. What's the secret? You'll find out in only 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule your quick intro today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law.